motion next. Orders of the day.
Business of supply, motion standing in the name of Mr. Layton on climate change.
Mr. Layton, seconded by Mr. Cullen, Skeena-Bulkley Valley, moves that the House regret this government's failure to live up to Canada's international climate change agreements and its refusal to bring forward for debate and vote the Clean Air and Climate Change Act, the climate change plan called for by a majority vote of the House, and that therefore the House no longer has confidence in this government. The honourable member for Toronto Danforth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will be sharing my time with the member from Skeena-Bulkley Valley. Monsieur le Président, c'est un...
Mr. Speaker, this is an honour to be able to discuss this significant motion, this serious motion today. This motion deals with the priorities of today's families. It deals with a question that has very serious consequences in Canada and which could have very serious consequences for future generations. It deals with the role of Canada in the world and our will to be leaders, not laggards, on the international scene.
Speaks to the flawed and the failed agenda of this government, and it speaks to the respect that is due to this House and the majority expression of opinion that has been delivered by the House of Commons. Of course, I'm talking about the issue of climate change, Mr. Speaker, the government's flawed plan and the work that this Parliament did to get the country back on track. Mr. Speaker, 17 months ago, the Conservatives put forward their Clean Air Act, Bill C-30. It was clear when it arrived that it was dead on arrival. It would allow climate change to worsen and worsen dramatically. And we didn't want to accept continued inaction on the environment. And that's why I asked and secured agreement from all party leaders that this bill be sent to a special legislative committee to challenge all of the members of this House to roll up their sleeves and get down to work to create legislation in which everyday Canadians could take pride and from which all of us could draw some hope and inspiration for the future. With concern about climate change at an all-time high, this is exactly the kind of action that Canadians wanted to see. And this special committee didn't disappoint us. It worked long hours. It was applauded by some as a rare example of the cooperation a minority parliament is supposed to foster. The
committee completed its work almost a year ago. Environmentalists quickly asserted that the new Clean Air Act was a breakthrough. It included significant changes that the NDP had been advocating for since the beginning, particularly concrete greenhouse gas reductions in the short, medium, and long term, a cap for big industrial polluters, ensuring that they would reduce emissions, a system to set the price of greenhouse gas emissions, strict standards for air quality for each polluter, and strict vehicle fuel consumption standards. Finally, we had a comprehensive environmental plan which would get results. They said that it was impossible, but the Conservatives proposed poor climate change laws, and this Parliament proposed to Canadians good laws for climate change.
Moved Clean Air Act forward for a vote. The heads of 10 of Canada's environmental organizations, leading organizations in our country, wrote to the Prime Minister calling on him to bring this bill to a vote. They said that the bill represents, and I quote here, a huge step forward for environmental protection in Canada and an important leadership opportunity. But sadly, the government refused to listen. There was no stopping their stalling on the environment. That's why last May the NDP used its opposition day to call on the government to bring the amended C-30 back for a vote as soon as possible. A clear majority of the House, Mr. Speaker, supported that motion. 155 votes to 121. And I thank each and every member of Parliament that voted with us, because it recognized the priority according to this issue. But the government still was unmoved. It prorogued the House and brought in a throne speech that abandoned the Improved Clean Air Act and our international responsibilities on climate change. And that's just one of the reasons why the NDP opposed the throne speech. And, Mr. Speaker, that brings us to today, 10 months later, and our next available chance for an Opposition Day motion. We've been constructive, we've been consistent, we've been determined, but we can't wait for action on climate change any longer. We can't have confidence in this government's environmental plan. You know, ordinary Canadians across the country are getting more and more worried about the future of their kids and their grandkids. They're seeing the air get dirtier. They're seeing the pine beetle devastating forests and the forest industry. They're having to tell their kids not to swim in our lakes. And, Monsieur le Président, cette semaine...
And Mr. Speaker, the residents of Salouet, a village in northern Quebec, well, the residents had to consider relocating their village because of climate change. Mudslides, highways that were shifting and crumbling buildings were endangering the village. The risk of accidents caused by climate changing and melting permafrost are compelling the residents to think about leaving their ancestral lands. That's the reality of climate change today. The current government's laxism and the inaction of past governments has compelled families and communities to make very difficult choices.
Speaker, but we see no indication of that happening. Its so-called turning the corner plan has been panned across the board. Its accelerated corporate tax giveaways to the big polluters in the budgets give no sign of hope. It refused outright to eliminate now the tax advantages to the tar sands, and it sided with laggards like George Bush in international negotiations. Even this week, it is filibustering yet again my private member's bill that sets out targets for the period after Kyoto, the same targets that were embraced in Bali and based on the best available science. And what did it do in last week's budget? Millions for unsafe nuclear power development and millions for pumping pollution underground. Mr. Speaker, this is no solution. Is it any wonder that on the 10th anniversary of the signing of Kyoto that we were 30% above the limits that should have been established and honoured? Les Canadiens n'ont pas confiance.
Canadians don't have confidence in this government in its efforts to deal with this essential issue of climate change. Time is passing. Every month we feel that 60 million megatons are released into the atmosphere. We don't have the time to make other mistakes. The delay is making the crisis worse. The majority of the House is fully aware of this, and families know this as well today.
Mr. Speaker, the NDP cannot have confidence in a government that ignores these signs and ignores the signs that the climate change crisis is actually affecting our communities today. We're not talking about some faraway time in the future. The government is ignoring the conclusions of our best scientists and the best scientists in the world and those who have won Nobel Peace Prizes. This government, like George Bush's government, is putting on the brakes and stopping progress to deal with the biggest crisis facing humanity today, which is climate change, and yet they put the interests of oil and gas companies, the biggest polluters, in first place and help them out with our tax dollar subsidies. Mr. Speaker, it's very clear that we cannot have confidence in a government that is willing to turn its back on this Parliament, on the Canadian people, on the people of this earth, at a time when decisive action is required. Could there be a more important time to express in this House a sentiment of non-confidence? Mr. Speaker, I don't believe so, and that is why we have tabled this motion today, and that is why we call on members of this House who believe as we do that this is a critical issue requiring a collaboration of action on the part of all of us here to send a message to this government that what they are doing to our climate is unacceptable to Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Peterborough.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I first want to acknowledge that I think that it's right that everyone in this House should care about our environment and should want to act proactively to preserve our environment, to protect it, and make things better. I just wanted to ask this member, he's been around this House longer than I have, if he feels that certainly we see that Elizabeth May has joined forces with the Leader of the Opposition, if he feels that the previous government acted proactively on behalf of the environment, and if he sees anything in the Leader of the Opposition that indicates to him that the action that he desires will be carried forth by the Leader of the Opposition, a Leader of the Opposition that last night tried to pass a motion of non-confidence in the NDP. What does he see from this Leader that indicates to him that there would be proactive action on behalf of the Liberal Party?
The honourable member for Toronto Danforth.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I choose not to really offer observations on the conduct of other leaders. I just simply wanted to say that I thought there was a moment of hope in this chamber when we were able to secure agreement from all parties on the issue of climate change to send a piece of legislation to a special committee. And in fact, it was done in a way, using the procedures of the House, that allowed all parties to bring forward their best ideas, to remove those elements of the climate change legislation that would not work, and to replace them with a plan that represented the best thinking of this House. This doesn't happen very often, I think you'd agree, Mr. Speaker. But when it does happen, it should be celebrated. And not only that, it should be respected. I remember that the former Leader of the Opposition, now our Prime Minister, used to say that a Prime Minister, particularly in a minority government situation, had a moral obligation to respect the decisions of the House of Commons. Well, I don't know what happened to that moral commitment. Where did it go? Where is the respect for this House of Commons, Mr. Speaker, on an issue that Canadians universally want us to grab a hold of? If there was one issue that Canadians would tell us they want us to work together to address, it would be the climate change crisis. And that's exactly what was done by this House. But the attitude of the government is totally disrespectful to this House of Commons. And that's why, Mr. Speaker, we have been forced to place a motion of non-confidence on this issue, specific to this particular action by the government, or inaction, as it would more appropriately be called.
Any questions and comments? The honourable member for Caribou-Chilcotin.
Caribou Prince George, Mr. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And listening to the leader of the NDP party, one has to wonder just how tight the ideological straitjacket that the NDP are in. The people of Canada look to a government to responsibly address climate change, to responsibly address pollution and the carbon emissions. They want a government that will show leadership. That's what we've done, Mr. Speaker. While we were creating a Made in Canada plan that works for Canadians, that's saleable to the world, and we were costing it very carefully, Mr. Speaker, all along the way. The NDP party and the former Liberal government were supporting a Kyoto plan that had absolutely no cost attached to it, no reachable goals that were realistic, and Mr. Speaker, a plan that was vague at best. That's not responsibility. And while the NDP would support a plan that gave little regard to whether you ran a huge deficit in your environmental plan, we're not like that. We don't do that. We'll address the environmental challenges we have, and we'll do what we did our power.
Order. The honourable member for Toronto Danforth.
Mr. Speaker, the forests around Prince George and in the riding represented by the honourable member are being devastated as a consequence of climate change, by the invasion of a beetle that, because of the warmer temperatures, is now able to do enormous damage. And I've often spoken of my visits to this area to see the absolute devastation and irrespective of the commentary, which doesn't make any sense, coming from the member right now, who's trying to shout me down, the member from Caribou Prince George, who's interrupting my effort to try to respond to his remarks. And I'm sure his constituents will be interested to read Hansard and find out that he actually doesn't want to hear an answer from me because he continues to speak right over top of me. But nonetheless, I wish he would think a little bit more about the devastation being caused by climate change to the forests of British Columbia, because I recall a time when the party, his party and its various precursors used to say that climate change was some kind of a myth, that it wasn't going to happen, that there weren't going to be consequences, that it was some sort of a socialist conspiracy.
Oh, I remember that.
And in fact, now we see millions and millions of trees, forests completely devastated. And the result is that people are being thrown out of work, and the consequences are dramatic. So we can close our eyes, Mr. Speaker, as the member is apparently suggesting we should do, or we can take action. The government has refused, and that's why we have no confidence in this member's party. The government.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
I look forward yesterday and today in engaging in this debate in this Parliament, because this is a rare moment in this House when we get to talk about the actual fundamentals and principles of what it is to have leadership in this country. First, I would like to thank the member from Toronto Danforth for first proposing the very notion that we could take a bad piece of legislation and together make it better. Recently, Mr. Speaker, I had the great honour of spending time with the Nisga'a. I live in northwestern British Columbia and represent a region that is more than 30% First Nation, some of the longest and proudest traditions in our country's history. And the Nisga'a, at this time of year, have a tradition going back thousands of years. It's called HoC. And HoC is the bringing of the light from the darkness, is the calling back of the salmon to return to the rivers that sustain the people and have sustained them for generation after generation. And at this ceremony, Mr. Speaker, I had the great honour to be brought in with the chiefs in full regalia in front of hundreds of Nisga'a dancers and singers and drummers. And this ceremony, going back centuries, is a call to the leadership to have vision, to have courage, and to stand up in defence of the community, to provide the leadership that the community needs. And this is what the member from Toronto Danforth has done for this country in allowing this act to come back to Parliament, in demanding that its rewrite is done and done properly, and that we are able to have a free and fair vote, and that if this government and this House refuses, it no longer has the confidence of this Parliament and should be taken to task. When the leader of the New Democrats called many of us to Parliament, he gave us a very clear and simple direction. That while we would be in the opposition benches, we also must seek the place to not simply oppose, but to propose. Because there is something lacking in this country, and in particular around the debate on climate change, and that is for consistent and serious proposals that Canadians can get behind, and for once, Mr. Speaker, start to feel proud of the work of Parliament in this place. And that is exactly what the NDP did when the member from Toronto Danforth stood in his place, called upon the Prime Minister to create a special committee in which all parliamentarians could engage, in which Canadians could see in the full light of day our best ideas, the to and fro of debate to land upon and arrive at the best piece of environmental legislation to take on the greatest challenge this generation has faced. In the deliberations, and some members in the House right now were at those talks, we heard from Canadians from coast to coast to coast. We heard from industry. We heard from environmental groups, First Nations, labour activists, all about the best pieces to put into this legislation, because we all realized at first blush that this bill, when it first arrived, was dead upon arrival. There wasn't a hope of its passage, there wasn't enough credibility, and Canadians were simply not behind it. Through that process, through the engagement of Canadians, allowing us to have a fulsome debate and realize that, yes, it can be done, yes, it can be done well, and that Parliament can finally take a lead in tackling dangerous climate change, of which we are seeing the effects each and every day in this country. Now juxtapose that, Mr. Speaker, with the recent experience of all Canadians witnessing the absolute debacle that were the Bali negotiations at the UN, in which our minister went forward and stood side by side with the United States in opposing any progress on the challenge of climate change at the international level. And I spoke to one of the lead negotiators from Canada at the very end of this negotiation, when Canada was completely isolated. Even the U.S. had left and joined with the UN, and Canada was standing alone. And I looked down at this negotiator's lapel pin because he had a Canadian flag. And we've been talking for some time, and I looked at his flag, and I just offhanded comment. I said, that's just such a wonderful, wonderful flag. It fills my heart with pride just to look at it. This flag's standing beside you, Mr. Speaker. And he looked down at it, and he said, do you know how hard it is to walk around with this flag at this negotiation? Do you realize how embarrassing, and these are his words, Mr. Speaker, how embarrassing it is to represent Canada's position, the position purported by this government? And I said, don't worry. For just as the Nishkas celebrate the light coming from the darkness, we too will celebrate when this country gets back on track and represents the interests and views of Canadians on climate change. Now, we all share responsibilities of members of Parliament. Many of us have stood in our places in debates, at committee, in our constituencies and across the country, recognizing what it was that first drew us in to a life of public service, to serve on behalf of the public, to understand what it is to truly represent people. In that representation is the requirement of leadership, is the requirement of vision, is a requirement to have the courage of our convictions, to stand in our place and vote for the things that we believe in, fight for the things that we believe in, and represent the people who sent us here to get good things done. And when we talk about climate change, just yesterday the Commissioner of the Environment released a report, 14 chapters, 9 of which this government showed a failing grade on. I don't know if 35% on a test is acceptable to the Conservatives, but it's not acceptable to New Democrats, and it's not acceptable to Canadians. Every parliament is seized with scandals, with debate, and with central issues. I would suggest to you, Mr. Speaker, that this Parliament has been seized, has been called upon by the Canadian people to take on the challenge of climate change, to make the decisions necessary so that in some years hence, when we're all sitting and retired and looking back on our careers, we can say we did the right thing. We did the right thing not only for this generation, but for the generations to come. And I'm reminded again of being with the Nishka and listening to the songs and hearing the drummers and speaking with the leadership that goes back millennia about what is required in true leadership. That is, it is the role to speak on behalf of others, to speak with the courage, knowing that there are difficult decisions and that we must cross over partisan interests that may occupy us for the moment, that may seem important in the moment, to realize that new place where we can go to achieve something together that we can all share in, all be proud of, and return back to our constituencies, return back to those people who sent us here with pride in our eyes, knowing that we did the right thing. And this is what this motion calls for today. I and many of my colleagues in the New Democrats have spoken for many years. 1983, the NDP was the first group to raise the issue of climate change in this place. And for many, many years, it was shuffled off, put off as not a priority, as not a reality by some members who are sitting here today, as a complete fiction that we didn't need to deal with. And slowly but surely, the public became to understand the issue more, the science became more confirmed, and the path forward for all of us became more certain. Unfortunately, we still find ourselves in a place where the narrow, short-term partisan interests override the interests of the generations to come, override the interest of doing what is right for the planet, for our communities, and for our country. And that has to end. The NDP has been clear today. This is as clear as it comes. that the legislation that the will of this House has supported must be brought back to Parliament for a free and fair democratic vote, and if not, then this government no longer has the confidence of this Parliament and should be brought down.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Ottawa South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have listened carefully to the speeches presented by both the leader of the NDP and their environment critic. And what's interesting about the comments, Mr. Speaker, is that they're confused. On the one hand, the leader of the NDP is actively seeking the cooperation of the Liberal Party and the Bloc Québécois committee to pass his own bill, Bill C-377, which cannot pass without the support of the Liberal Party of Canada. On the other hand, he refers to Bill C-30, which, of course, is anchored, as you know, Mr. Speaker, the backbone of which is the government, our Liberal Party of Canada balancing our carbon budget plan. The bill was originally, as the leader of the NDP puts it, punted to a legislative committee because he had a special deal with the Prime Minister. Then he realized, in fact, the Prime Minister was not serious whatsoever in seeing this legislative committee bring the Clean Air Act to any successful completion, and we brought forward the Balancing Our Carbon Budget program and plan. Finally, I'm confused because one of the longest-serving NDP MPs, Mr. Speaker, the member from Winnipeg Centre, believes differently than his own leader. He says the Federal New Democratic Party may have to enter into some kind of informal coalition with the Liberals or risk, in his words, political obscurity. That's the veteran NDP MP, one of the top, the longest-serving MPs in that caucus, Mr. Speaker. So what is their position here today exactly? I think that in the case of
Christina Bulkley Valley.
Thank you for that gracious interruption, Mr. Speaker. The only confusion that Canadians are faced with is that when a clear and concise motion is put before the House for a free and fair democratic vote as to what exactly the Liberal Party of Canada plans to do with that call. Now, we have been absolutely certain in the determination within the New Democrats to force the issue of climate change onto the political agenda time and time again. Every member in this caucus has stood in question period, in committees, and in the debates in the House to say that legislation needs to be brought. The lack of clarity on the part of other parties in opposition, that is what is confusing to Canadians, because I've heard leaders from other parties stand just yesterday and say, while they agree in principle, they will not agree to vote. Now, when principles don't match votes, Mr. Speaker, we have a great rift. And that rift cannot be achieved through simple obscuring of the issue. We are calling upon the Conservative government to bring back the amended Clean Air and Climate Change Act for a free and fair vote, and if they do not do so, then we will drop this government. I encourage the member to join us.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Saskatoon-Rosedown Bigger.
Mr. Speaker, the previous government left Canada with one of the worst environmental records among the OECD. For the last 10 years, this has been well documented by former Environment Commissioner reports. No plans, no cohesive framework, lots of talk, lots of confetti, but no action. If countries in China, like China and India, don't start taking action, what effect will Canada's domestic effect have on global emissions? And I'd like to ask the honourable member his thoughts on that.
The honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Mr. Speaker, my honourable colleague will have no argument for me when discussing Liberal failures when it comes to the climate change issue. Yet, she has quoted the Commissioner of the Environment, who was in front of us yesterday, and talked about, in his words, there has been far too much talk and not enough action. He was, in effect, referring to both Conservative and Liberal administrations. He was equal in his condemnation, and there's a principle here that my honourable colleague seems to enjoy. Purporting again and again, I've heard it from her own Minister of the Environment, that the excuse of Liberal failure is a call to inaction upon the current government. And that is a failure of intellectual thought and process, and Canadians simply will not tolerate it. That they want to see concrete action, and if not, whoever's holding the current administration be thrown from office to the furthest places of this country.
Yay! Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
Merci beaucoup. Je suis.
Thank you very much. I'm very pleased to have an opportunity to discuss this important subject.
During my time with the member from North Cumberland, Quinte West. As a Canadian, Mr. Speaker, I am very proud and will always be proud to be Canadian. I believe, unlike the member from the NDP seems to indicate, that we live in the greatest country in the world, and I am very proud of that and have never been ashamed of my country nor my flag. The motion presented by the member from Toronto Danforth calls into question, yes, Mr. Speaker, I agree, calls into question this House's confidence in this government on the environment. Let me reassure this House, however, that this government is committed on delivering real results, real solutions to protect the health of Canadians and the environment, which is so important to Canadians from coast to coast to coast. Climate change is indeed one of the biggest threats to our environment, to our people, and to the future of our Earth. This reality is clearer today than it has ever been, and indeed, it is a threat that this government, this Conservative Prime Minister, takes very, very seriously. Here at home, unlike previous Liberal governments, we have taken real action, and we are proud of these first steps. With our Turning the Corner plan, we will, for the first time ever, require industry, first time ever, Mr. Speaker, to reduce greenhouse gases and air pollution by implementing the toughest mandatory targets in Canadian history. I'm proud of that, Mr. Speaker. The end result is that our national strategy will reduce, in absolute terms, Canada's total greenhouse gas emissions by 20% by 2020 and 60 to 70% by 2050. And what is significant to note, Mr. Speaker, is that our plan is not only effective, it is responsible. Our plan marks a new era in Canadian environmental responsibility. Our approach takes our economy into account. It goes to great lengths to protect the standard of living of Canadians, no matter where they live, and it goes beyond any other plan to ensure it takes real action to protect our environment. Our government also recognizes that Canada's north is one of the areas that will most quickly bear the burden of climate change. We have committed more than $80 million for science research on adaptation that will help the north deal with climate change. I have seen these changes firsthand, Mr. Speaker, and I can assure you and all Canadians that they are taking place. And this will be of great help to the rest of the world as well, Mr. Speaker, because in the Canadian attitude we share. We share the world's responsibility, and we will help the rest of the world in understanding how to adjust to the new reality that we are all facing. But it has been an uphill battle. We admit that, to move Canada forward. We have been here for 2 years, Mr. Speaker, and we have had our work cut out for us. 13 years of complacency and mismanagement by successive Liberal governments crippled our environment, set us far back, Mr. Speaker, and it crippled our international environmental standing. We inherited a huge mess from the previous Liberal government. We inherited a landscape of patchwork environmental programs that did little, if nothing, to minimize Canada's carbon footprint in the world. In fact, by the end of 2005, emissions had climbed to 33% above the target level set in the Kyoto Protocol. So one of the toughest issues we have faced is how to meet the 2012 targets, given the situation Canada has been put in by the previous Liberal government. Had that government not left us in such a precarious position, perhaps we would have been able to do that by the 2012 deadline. But we have had to deal with 10 years that has been lost due to inaction. And, Mr. Speaker, this fact has already been debated in the House repeatedly. We've heard that. And, in fact, all parties agree, even members from the Liberal Party, including the leader himself, has said that they did nothing. In fact, our position on the subject was very clearly stated in the speech from the throne, and that speech was put before this House for a vote. And I'm glad to see the Liberal Party supports our environmental policies, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank them today again for supporting this government on a continuous basis through the budget. They supported the speech from the throne, the mini-budget, and now, proudly to say, this budget, all which contain great things to clean up the environment. It is clear that the Liberals support our government, our responsible position and realistic approach to environmental protection. And again, I say thank you to the members of the Liberal Party. I would like to also address the issue of Bill C-30, which is also mentioned in today's motion. The Conservative Party worked in good faith on the C-30 committee to try to improve the Clean Air Act. I know that for a fact, Mr. Speaker, because I was there. I was in every meeting and I saw what took place. All the members of the Conservative Party worked earnestly and in good faith trying to get real positive results for Canadians. Our government is committed to improving the environment on behalf of all Canadians. This includes bringing forward concrete and realistic industrial targets to reduce greenhouse gases and improve the air we breathe, to improve the health of Canadians, Mr. Speaker. In committee last year, the government supported amendments brought forward by every single party to improve and strengthen Canada's Clean Air Act and brought forward others of our own. We worked, or tried to work, cooperatively, Mr. Speaker. We took politics out, unlike the other parties. Sadly, in most cases, we are opposed by both the Liberals and by the Bloc Québécois. We brought forward a reasonable amendment to achieve tough vehicle emission standards based on the North American market, the integrated market in which we live, standards that would be supported by Labour. What did the Liberals do in return? Well, they voted it down and knowingly, Mr. Speaker, played politics, imposed standards that would have been impossible for industry to meet without shutting down the Ontario auto industry. The Liberals also played politics by writing Kyoto targets into the bills with no conceivable plan to achieve them. Again, playing politics. It was hard for Canadians to believe that the Liberals had ever put in place a plan to achieve Kyoto 5 years ago. Today, it's even harder. As the Liberal member from Halton said, and I quote, "I heard the Prime Minister yesterday in a speech say in one breath that action must be taken, while in the next he added that reaching Kyoto targets would be fantasy. Is he right? Technically, yeah. We're so far behind now that catch-up is impossible without shutting the country down." End quote. That's a quote from the Liberal member from Halton. And indeed, Mr. Speaker, even when the Liberals were in government, it was easy for them to offer the moon with no hope of ever delivering it. We know how they govern the country, Mr. Speaker, and certainly Canadians do not want to go back to that. Now that they are no longer in government, clearly it's even easier for the Liberals to tell Canadians they want to achieve Kyoto emission targets. The opposition also gutted the Clean Air Part C-30. We told them, don't mess with the health of Canadian children. Don't mess with the health and the quality of life of Canadians, the elderly, and those suffering from respiratory illness. And what did they do, Mr. Speaker? They gutted those important sections of the Clean Air Act. They should be ashamed of themselves. What did Canadians lose in the rush to gut the Clean Air Act, led by the Liberals and their environment critic, the member from Ottawa South? Canadians should know that the opposition removed many new regulations that would have helped to better protect the health of Canadians and our environment. We lost, for example, mandatory national air quality standards, mandatory annual public reporting on air quality and actions to achieve national air quality standards, increased research and monitoring of air pollutants, and tougher enforcement rules for compliance to air quality regulations. Shame on them, Mr. Speaker.
Shame.
The government put forward 15 pages of concise new regulation making authority to protect Canadians' health and our environment, and the opposition just ripped them up. What did the Liberals add instead? They inserted clauses to delay action by implementing and requiring 6 months of consultation around a new investment bank before we could move forward on tough new regulations for industry. A delay tactic. The Liberals inserted complex and unworkable requirements that made it harder, not easier, for the government to act on air pollution. Even worse, the Liberals inserted a clause that would have allowed political interference, Mr. Speaker, into air quality standards. For instance, the Liberals wanted the Minister of the Environment to exempt, quote, economically depressed areas, end quote, from air quality standards for 3 years. Now, would this allow the Liberals to buy votes? Was this their intent on this particular section? by exempting certain liberal-rich voting areas of the country from air quality regulations while punishing those areas that are not liberal? Well, Mr. Speaker, we don't know what they thought, but they were thinking the wrong thing. The Liberals imposed the Liberal leader's carbon tax plan into the bill, a plan that will lead to zero greenhouse gas reductions. The health and the prosperity of Canadians depends on the quality of the air we breathe, the quality of life. The integrity of our environment is tied so uniquely to that. And it's very clear that only the Conservative government members were prepared to put the environment before politics. But all is not lost, Mr. Speaker. Our government committed to bringing back the parts of C-30 that had all-party support. And, Mr. Speaker, unlike the Liberals, the government is serious about tackling climate change and protecting the air we breathe and the health of Canadians. Our actions do speak louder than words, Mr. Speaker. We are getting the job done, and we will take no lessons from the Liberals or the NDP that can't get it done for Canadians.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Ottawa South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just a quick comment, if I could, and a direct question to the Parliamentary Secretary about this motion today, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to quote for the House, for our collective memory, a quotation here from the then Leader of the Opposition, now Prime Minister, who said, and I actually quote directly here, "What's become apparent is that the Bloc Québécois and the NDP will grandstand on these things. But it's up to us," the Prime Minister said, "to decide whether the time has come to have an election." He went on to say, in our judgment, "I think in Canadians' judgment, it is not that time." Is the Parliamentary Secretary telling us now that it is the position of the Prime Minister that he wants to have an election? And if he does, why doesn't he cross the street, go see the Governor-General, and call for an election?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
Isn't that just like the Liberal Party, Mr. Speaker? Something so serious as the quality of life of Canadians, the future of our country, the future of the world, and they play politics with it. Straight politics, Mr. Speaker. That's why Canadians don't respect that party anymore. That's why they want this Conservative government to lead the country and to clean up our air, to clean up the water, Mr. Speaker, to get the quality of life better for Canadians. Let me give you a quote, Mr. Speaker, in response. "Scientific capacity in the federal government could not help but be affected by the last 5 years of Liberal cuts." End quote. That's from the Toronto Star, October 9th, 1999. And Mr. Speaker, that member is the member that said that.
The Honourable Member for Windsor West.
Parliamentary Secretary, a question about automotive industry. His government and the minister has cut the Eco Auto rebate program. This was the tax and also incentive program, $116 million. Disastrous program that didn't have an effect on the positive influence of buying vehicles. And, Mr. Speaker, we have a transition of the auto industry where it's an opportunity to get into new, greener technologies. And at the same time of cutting this fund out $116 million, they're going to keep the tax on, which is $50 million, onto the companies. They've rolled out a new program worth $50 million a year. But at the end of the day, they've actually cut the automotive sector back by $8 million per year, and they're continuing to keep $50 million tax in place. So my question to the honourable member is, what is this government preparing to do, given that the United States is going to be instituting loan guarantees and a series of other initiatives to secure the new green auto industry? What is he going to do? And the fact of the matter is that what we've shown is that we're actually cut the budget, the $116 million, which the Minister of Finance didn't roll over into new initiatives, and they've only introduced a 255-year program that, once again, is going to be funded by a tax on the industry itself.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
Well, I lost track of that after he said, "Listen carefully, Mr. Speaker," because it was so much rhetoric. But let's talk about something that someone said in reference to the bill that the NDP are now proposing, and that is the Canada Vehicle Manufacturers Association, Mark Nantis, the president. And he quotes in relation to this bill, "That revised bill could end up having some perverse impacts in terms of fleet turnover and the ability of people to afford these vehicles." End quote, Mr. Speaker. No question that the NDP from time to time come up with these perverse ideas that couldn't work, Mr. Speaker. We know that. But let's talk about some real good things that are happening. We did do a good eco-auto program, Mr. Speaker. We had a 2-year program. It worked well. It brought to attention of the people in Canada what's important. What's important with the fleet, Mr. Speaker, what's important for Canadians is what we are doing, and we are taking positive steps. The rebate program actually raised consumer awareness, Mr. Speaker, on fuel-efficient models, and in fact, they even added new fuel-efficient models to their fleets.
But let's talk about some of the things we're doing, Mr. Speaker. $33 billion, the biggest investment ever in things like public transit and cleaning our water. Mr. Speaker, infrastructure investments. In this latest budget that the Liberals supported us on, and again I say thank you, $500 million for public transit capital investments, $250 million over 5 years to support research and development, Mr. Speaker, for greener, more fuel-efficient vehicles, $63 million over the next 2 years to look at ways to get older polluting vehicles off the road, and $13 million over 2 years to accelerate access to renewable fuels for cars and trucks. Mr. Speaker, we are getting the job done for Canadians. Better quality of life, better and better, cleaner air and environment. We are getting the job done.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Northumberland, Quinte West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As you know, the world met in Indonesia for the 13th United Nations Climate Change Conference in December of last year. The meeting was an important step in the ongoing international process under the UN to address climate change. The meeting in Indonesia was also another opportunity for Canada to demonstrate its international leadership on this issue. From the very beginning of these discussions, Canada's position has been that we must have an effective, binding international framework that leads to real greenhouse gas reductions. To reach that goal, all major emitters such as China and India need to be on board. The world moved closer to reaching that goal in Indonesia. Our government is proud of the principled position we have taken. With the United States now signed on to this framework, the results of this conference can show progress, and we see that as an important first step. Make no mistake, the next 2 years will be a challenge, with long and intense negotiations. Canada looks forward to meeting that challenge and to working with our international partners to develop a global solution in the fight against climate change. Climate change is a global program requiring global solutions, and we see that with the agreement we reached in Indonesia. Let me be clear. Canada is committed to the United Nations process. We are committed to an international framework driven by science, and we are committed to taking action with our Turning the Corner plan. Unlike the Liberal Party that sat around and did nothing for 13 years, we are taking action. For a moment, though, let's look at the performance of the Liberal leader in Bali. He said he would never criticize his government while abroad. He did, several times. The Liberal leader intentionally came to Bali to undermine and sabotage the work of the government at an international conference, and that is a shame, Mr. Speaker. Canada understands that the global threat to climate change requires a truly global solution. The scientific work of the International Panel on Climate Change, or the IPCC, tells us that we must stop the rise in greenhouse gas emissions and make significant cuts in emissions over the next 50 years if we are to prevent drastic consequences. This government supports the conclusions of the IPCC as the world's preeminent scientific body on climate change. The science is clear. The world must take immediate action on climate change. And so, this government is taking action. Canada's national plan, Turning the Corner, an action plan to reduce greenhouse gases and air pollution. Our plan will continue to deliver realistic and achievable results on cleaning up our environment. It's focused on broad action here, at home, and continued international leadership on the world stage. Our agenda includes absolute reduction in greenhouse gases of 20% by 2020, further reductions of 60 to 70% by 2050, a domestic carbon market, a comprehensive strategy for the Arctic, including a world-class Arctic research station, national air pollution regulations, an action plan on clean water to protect our rivers, lakes, and oceans, and tougher enforcement that will make polluters accountable. Over the last year, Canada has been at the forefront of international action on climate change, including the leadership shown by the Prime Minister at the G8, at the OPEC summit, and at the United Nations. Canada was also proud to play a leading role to achieve historic success at the Montreal Protocol Conference, where over 190 countries agreed on eliminating substances that harm the ozone layer and contribute to climate change. Canada will continue to play an important role in this negotiation process. Specifically, Canada continues to articulate that a post-2012 climate change agreement should include a target date for stabilizing emissions and goals for global emissions reductions by 2050, the strongest action and commitment by all major emitters, adequate consideration for national circumstances so as not to unduly burden the growth of any single country, consideration of a sectoral approach to appropriate cases where countries agree on specific targets for emissions reductions from highly globalized industries such as concrete and fertilizer, the elimination of trade barriers to green technology to support the demand for this new technology, a clear price signal on carbon to support the use of market mechanisms, a mechanism to provide credits for reduced emissions through reductions of deforestation, as more than 20% of global emissions result from deforestation, and due consideration for the need to adapt to the warming that scientists tell us will occur regardless of immediate action. But, Mr. Speaker, what this government will not do is mislead the international community like the Liberals have for 13 years. When the Liberals signed on to Kyoto, they had no idea of the costs to the Canadian consumer or the impact it would have on the Canadian economy. They wrote a number down on the back of a napkin in an attempt to trump the Americans. And now we find ourselves 35% above our Kyoto targets. I agree 100% with the Toronto Star columnist Chantal Hébert when she said, among opposition leaders, only the Liberal leader who sat for a decade in government stands to be called to account for how far behind Canada has fallen on the road to Kyoto. The Liberals had no intention of meeting the Kyoto targets. Instead, they were prepared to send billions of hard-earned taxpayer dollars to buy hot air credits from Russia. You don't have to take my word for it. Let's read what former Liberal environment ministers had to say. Former Liberal Environment Minister Christine Stewart said, "The Minister of Finance could never find money for Kyoto, which was a terrible disappointment to me." And the article goes on to say, Ms. Stewart today says that Prime Minister Jean Chrétien didn't get the environment. She also says Natural Resource Minister, the member from Wascana, accompanied her to Kyoto to reassure the domestic oil industry because of the tremendous amount of pushback Kyoto was getting. Let's hear what former Liberal Environment Minister Sheila Copps had to say. I remember very well when Jean Chrétien actually endorsed Kyoto. He called me before he went to South Africa because he was getting tremendous pushback from the bureaucracy, the Department of Finance, the former Minister of Finance, and all those attached to natural resources, including the member from Wascana and Anne McClellan. They were viciously against Kyoto. Sheila Copps went on further. We burned thousands of pounds of paper with briefing notes from the Department of Natural Resources and the Department of Finance showing us why we could do nothing because it was an economic disaster. And yet, for all those years, Mr. Speaker, Canada deceived the international community. The Liberals talked and talked and talked and never backed it up with action. Only the Liberal leader can be held for account for that. Mr. Speaker, the fact is our government can't take responsibility for the inaction and mistakes of the past 13 years under the Liberals. But what Canadians can expect is that we will take action to clean up the mess left by the Liberals. That's why we are moving aggressively to cut greenhouse gas emissions and fight global warming in this country. When it comes to failed international agreements, it is only the Liberals that know failure. Unlike the Liberals, we are getting the job done on the international stage. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Statements by members. Déclaration des députés. The honourable member for Chatham, Kent, Essex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last Friday, I was privileged to witness Constable Ryan George Hutchinson, a constituent from my riding, along with Robin Mole, accept the Canadian Medal of Bravery at Rideau Hall from Her Excellency, the Right Honourable Michaëlle Jean, Governor-General, Canada. On August 21, 2005, Constable Ryan Hutchinson and a paramedic, Robin Mole, rescued 2 young girls from drowning in the waters of Lake Erie in Leamington, Ontario. The 2 victims, aged 11 and 13, were struggling to stay afloat some 10 meters from the shore, unable to swim back due to the strong waves. Alerted to the scene, Constable Hutchison and Mr. Mole grabbed a life ring and dove into the water to reach the girls' side. Swimming against a strong tide, they managed to bring the girls back to the break wall where they were pulled to safety. The strong waves knocked Constable Hutchison back into the water, submerging him numerous times. He was eventually rescued by emergency crews who had arrived at the scene. Mr. Speaker, the people of Chatham, Kent, Essex are very proud of Constable Ryan George Hutchison and Robin Mole for their acts of bravery. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Thunder Bay, Rainy River.
Mr. Speaker, as we recognize International Women's Day later this week, I feel this is an occasion to point out a true injustice served by this Conservative government. Last September, after more than 2 decades of struggle, the United Nations Declarations on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples finally cleared its last hurdle when it was adopted by the UN General Assembly. Though the declaration did pass by a margin of 144 to 4, shamefully, Canada was one of only 4 countries to vote against it. Mr. Speaker, this is nothing to be proud of. The Conservative government's refusal to support the United Nations Declaration shows a blatant disregard of the struggles of Aboriginal women in Canada to achieve equality. Canada's Aboriginal women deserve better, especially during a week when the world is recognizing International Women's Day. Mr. Speaker, it should not be questioned. The rights of Aboriginal women are also human rights, and they should be honored. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Mr. Speaker, as a run-up to International Women's Day, AFIAS Centre de Québec held yesterday in Drummondville its first Excellence au Féminin Gala, showcasing the women in our region in business, politics, education, health, and family. In the business category, the award was given to Louise Boisclair of Saint-Lagnon-d'Aston. For politics, the award was given to Francine Auger of Victoriaville. Francine Lafont of St. Wenceslas won the award for education. As for health, the honors went to Micheline Côté of Saint-Grégoire for her involvement in the Bacancourt Health and Social Services Center. And finally, for the family category, Joanne Latreuil of Victoriaville won the award. Finally, the top spot went to Francine Rouès-Jutras, the mayor of Drummondville. On the eve of International Women's Day, I'm particularly pleased to congratulate these women and tell them how proud I am of them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Tomorrow, we celebrate International Women's Day. We celebrate the courage and resilience of those women who have worked for over a century for equality of opportunity. We celebrate those women whose work is well known and those whose names we don't remember, but remember their spirit and the changes they have made. Sadly, there are many women who have nothing to celebrate this IWD. The woman who sleeps in doorways because there is no national housing strategy. The woman at the food bank whose daughter tugs her sleeve and says, "Mummy, I'll try not to eat so much." The woman who makes 70% of what her male counterpart does because there's no pay equity plan and cannot get safe childcare because there is no national childcare plan. However, I remain hopeful and optimistic because I know that Canadian women and women globally have incredible courage and resilience. They will continue to work, to speak out, and to move forward the goals and dreams of women for equality, fairness, and justice.
The honourable member for West Loch St. Paul.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to give tribute to a dedicated group of young men who lace up their skates and play their hearts out each and every night, all in the pursuit of a common goal. With Hunter from Cool FM calling their names from far and wide, they sprinkle in a mix of hometown talent like Isley and Cadron. After 62 games and months of traveling and dedication, from players like Jensen to Gerhardt, Coach Mercier and the training staff have the boys ready to go. The Bonnyville Pontiacs are ready to roll to an AJHL championship. Mr. Speaker, in their quest for glory, the Bonnyville Pontiacs do far more than entertain a small rural community. They inspire and stoke the dreams of parents and children alike. This year, the dream is in reach, Mr. Speaker. With Easton scoring and Chenard's tending, Sherwood Park is already behind us. Whether the road to the Cup goes through Fort McMurray or Camrose, it doesn't matter, because this is the year of the Pontiacs.
The honourable member for Don Valley West.
Mr. Speaker, this week we celebrate International Women's Day. For this reason, it is important to underscore the importance of women to our society and the issues that have an impact on them. While the contribution of women to our economic, cultural, and community life is undeniable, we must also recognize that they have had to overcome many challenges and obstacles throughout history. Let's not forget that women are still fighting to achieve equity, respect, and equality. This International Women's Day reminds us that we have to do even more, not only in terms of funding, but also we need to recognize the sacrifices made by our mothers, sisters, daughters, and spouses. I would ask my colleagues to join with me to ask the government to make women a priority so that Canada can truly be a country of the 21st century. Thank you.
Honorable Deputy de Lotbinière, Chute de la Chaudière.
The Honourable Member for Chute de la Chaudière. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I would like to pay tribute to the people in my riding. These people are very dedicated. I'm talking about all the police officers, firefighters, and soldiers in my region. I would like to thank all the ambulance drivers in my region because they're always ready to meet the needs of the people. I'd like to thank all the police officers who do community work in our schools and risk their lives to deal with criminals. They are at the service of all citizens, making them feel secure. I would like to thank the firefighters for helping them help people in distress, sometimes at their peril. I will like to pay special tribute to this group. I would like you to say that we will be. I'd like to thank you all for the wonderful work that you do. The Honourable Member for Verchères-les-Patriotes. Mr. Speaker, the members of the Bloc Québécois were deeply saddened to learn the death of Matthew Hamon, a firefighter from the town of Varennes who lost his life while on duty on March 4th. Mr. Hamon demonstrated courage and exemplary dedication by wanting to fight this fire. This tragedy reminds us that that we have to remember how difficult the role of the firefighter is, but what an essential role they play for society. In a courageous way, they put their lives in danger to save others. We owe them a great deal of respect for their acts of bravery. I would like to offer my deepest sympathies to his wife, Mrs. Sarah Larochon, his little daughter, his family, and all those who loved him and who are now grieving him. I'd like to pay tribute to this man who sacrificed his life by in serving the community. That is a gesture of dedication which deserves our gratitude.
The member for Calgary East.
Mr. Speaker, as the members of this House know, the America is one of this government's top foreign policy priorities. We continue to be concerned about the recent escalation of tensions in the Indian region. We call on our Indian partners to pursue a constructive dialogue aimed at resolving these tensions and to work together to reinforce regional stability and to fight terrorism. Canada demonstrated its renewed commitment to the hemisphere through active diplomacy in this week's OAS Permanent Council special meeting, forging a unanimous declaration on the crisis. We will continue to promote mutual respect and reconciliation among our hemispheric partners in the wake of recent events, as well as support efforts to build a strong peace that embodies our shared values of freedom, democracy, human rights, and the rule of law. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Mount Royal.
Mr. Speaker, when I spoke yesterday in the House of the danger of anti-Jewish terror, targeting of Jews because they are Jews, we in the House did not know that at that moment, in a tragic irony, a murderous terrorist assault on a Jewish school in Jerusalem was taking place. Nor could we even fathom that in an obscene declaration, Hamas would actually bless the terrorist attack and call for more, while thousands celebrated the killings in the street. Reminding me of the words of Mideast scholar Fuad Ajami, who wrote at the time of the Passover massacre, yet another anti-Jewish terrorist attack, and I quote, "The suicide bomber did not descend from the sky. He walked straight out of the culture of incitement. He partook of the culture all around him, the glee that greets these brutal deeds of terror, the cult that rises around the martyrs and their families." Mr. Speaker, this culture of hate must end. This incitement must stop. For it is this Hamas-sanctioned hate and incitement that leads to Hamas rockets targeting Jews in Sderot and Ashkelon and terrorist attacks in Jerusalem. We need a culture of peace, Mr. Speaker, not a culture of hate. Thank you.
The honourable member for Kootenay, Columbia.
I rise today to pay tribute to the athletes participating in the 2008 Arctic Winter Games, which will be opened by the Prime Minister and the Secretary of State for Sport on Sunday, March the 9th in Yellowknife, Northwest Territories. This is an extraordinary event bringing together athletes from circumpolar countries and regions to compete in sport and celebrate their cultural values. Budget 2008 has committed to invest $164 million every year to support excellence in the participation of sport, from the playground to the podium. For years, the Liberal Party ignored sports, and we are pleased they have now decided to show confidence in this government by allowing the budget to pass the House of Commons. This government is restoring pride for our athletes and for Canadian sports in general. Congratulations and thanks to the thousands of coaches, officials, event organizers, volunteers, and parents who have supported the athletes throughout the years in preparation for this competition. Good luck to our athletes.
Here, here.
Honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise again today to call upon this House to institute a national auto policy. This Conservative government, supported by the Liberals, continues to move the auto industry in the wrong direction and cost Canadian jobs. This particular budget in particular adds taxes to the auto industry and eliminates funding for new technology and programs that can actually create green, sustainable jobs. Mr. Speaker, why does this government continue to pursue trade policies, once again, that we can't even actually ship our auto products into other markets because of tariff and non-tariff barriers put upon Canadians? I call upon the Liberals to stand up and stop this disastrous auto policy. The former international minister, the former Liberal across the floor, said the Conservatives would kill the auto industry. Well, he's right. He's doing it with his colleagues right now.
The honourable member for Mississauga, Arundel.
Mr. Speaker, later this week, women around the world will celebrate International Women's Day and its theme, Strong Women, Strong World. We will remember Canadian trailblazers, Emily Murphy, Nellie McClung, Henrietta Muir-Edwards, Louise McKinney, and Irene Parlby, whose fierce determination to overcame the prejudices of their time to pave the way for women to be recognized as persons in Canada. But this is also a time to remember that there's still more to do. Remember that Canadian women still only earn 71 cents for every dollar a man earns. Remember that this Conservative government cancelled the Core Challenges program. Remember that this Conservative government shut down the Law Commission. Remember that this Conservative government closed the doors of 12 out of 16 Status of Women regional offices. Mr. Speaker, remember we must, on the eve of International Women's Day, we salute Canadian women and call on this government to stop taking decisions that thwart their progress.
The honourable member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, I criticized the attitude of the CBC regarding Francophone artists. I today will continue by saying that the CBC decision to cut all Francophone edits out of the program was made at least 2 months ago. This is, moreover, the reason why the Secretary General of the Canadian Songwriters Hall of Fame, Mr. Martin Deschênes, stepped down. In previous years, Francophone hosts were told to keep their distance from Anglophone hosts and to leave an empty chair between Francophones and Anglophones. Why? In order to edit out the Francophones during the programming. This was a planned event to eliminate Francophone artists from the televised gala. That's why this is very upsetting, but what's even more upsetting is the fact that nobody except someone from the Bloc-Québécois bothered to stand up in the House to criticize this attitude of the CBC with respect to Francophone.
Mr. Speaker, last week delegations from around the world were in New York to attend meetings for the United Nations Commission on the Status of Women. After 2 years in government, the only thing the Canadian delegation could tell the world was that it intends to develop a so-called action plan to advance women's equality in this country. No details, no timetable. 2 years ago, this government's action plan led to the elimination of the Core Challenges program, the Law Commission, and 12 out of 16 Status of Women offices. More than 17 Canadian organizations representing thousands of women were at the UN. The reaction to the Canadian plan was swift. All words, little action. No money for women. All thanks to this Conservative government. We agree, Mr. Speaker, this Conservative government has turned back the clock on women's rights and slammed the door in their faces. On the eve of International Women's Day, the Liberal Party applauds Canadian women, their achievements, and the many organizations that advocate on their behalf, even if this government won't. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member, Honourable Deputy.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Mr. Speaker, International Women's Day concludes on March 8th. On International Women's Day, our government is promoting the full participation of women in Canada's economic, social, and democratic life. Full participation which will lead to equality for women. Mr. Speaker, our government supports women and their families through concrete measures. This week, we announced the construction of 5 shelters for women, a measure aimed at dealing with domestic violence and First Nations families. In addition, we've announced 14 projects for a total funding of $3.4 million. On this side of the House, equality is not simply a symbol. It is first and foremost a raison d'être. And I would like to pay personal tribute to all the women in this House on this special day, our day.
Questions orales, oral questions. The Honourable Member for Wascana.
Their Cadman scandal. They're now even highlighting other Conservative scandals, and it's a long list, to take attention away from that taped conversation which captured the Prime Minister's very own words. Quote, the offer to Chuck. Quote, there were financial issues. Quote, replace financial considerations. Quote, financial insecurity. Quote, make the case. That has nothing to do with a party nomination. When will the government realize this issue will not go away until the Prime Minister finally answers?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I appreciate the Liberals' enthusiasm for their Friday leaders. That's good to see. Mr. Speaker, as I've said, the only considerations that were presented to Chuck Cadman were the considerations that we wanted to have him rejoin the Conservative caucus and present himself as a Conservative candidate.
The Honourable Member for Wascana.
Mr. Speaker, the only thing piling up faster than snow in Ottawa is the number of Conservative scandals this Prime Minister will not investigate. But he's not the only Conservative to have a revealing conversation back in 2005 about Chuck Cadman. The now Parliamentary Secretary for Public Works had one too, also with a journalist. The Parliamentary Secretary explained the exact death benefit issue that was so crucial to Mr. Cadman. Again, that had nothing to do with any party nomination. Can the government not see that stonewalling will not work? Not this time.
Member for Port Moody, Westwood, Port Coquitlam.
No, Mr. Speaker, this the Liberals are going to be fixated on this as a consequence of them not accepting the fact and not accepting Chuck Cadman's own words that the only offer made to Chuck Cadman was our desire to have him run for us in the campaign and for him to be our candidate, the Conservative candidate in that election. That's the central fact of this, and the Liberals are going to be continually spinning in the mud as they continue to ignore that fact.
Honourable Member for Wascana.
Mr. Speaker, the government's explanation is just not credible. If those financial considerations mentioned by the Prime Minister on that tape back in 2005 were only to get Chuck Cadman to run as a Conservative candidate, if that was the only goal, then surely their party interest would be ongoing. How many efforts were made to persuade Mr. Cadman to become a Conservative once again after the May 19th vote on the 2005 budget?
The Honourable Member for Port Moody, Westwood, Port Coquitlam.
Well, Chuck Cadman was always welcome to rejoin the Conservative caucus, and as a matter of fact, after that vote, there were a number of times where I saw Chuck Cadman around, and I would say to Chuck, I'd say, you're welcome back into our party anytime. So there were always efforts to have Chuck rejoin us. He was always welcome to come back. So the Liberals can continue their conspiracy theories, but the truth is, Mr. Speaker, the Liberals have already made up their mind on this issue. They've already decided that there's been a crime here without any evidence whatsoever. They've made the accusations outside of the House of Commons, and they will be seen in court.
The Honourable Member for Honoré-Mercier. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister can try to hide this all he wants, but Canadians want explanations On the tape, we hear the Prime Minister say, and we hear him clearly, that he had sent two legitimate representatives of this party to offer financial considerations to Chuck Cadman. This was to compensate him if he changed his vote and elections were called. So the question is very clear. What financial considerations for Mr. Cadman, and what were they going to do to compensate him? The Honourable Mr. Speaker, the only offer was the one I talked about yesterday and the day before and the day before and last week. That is our desire to see Mr. Cadman run as a Conservative candidate. The Honourable Member for Honoré-Mercier. Well, here, Friday, the Conservative government pretended not to understand the scope of the scandal. We're talking about buying the vote of a member. Maybe they don't know, but that's illegal. It's prohibited by the rules of the House of Commons, by the Criminal Code. It's prohibited by the Parliament of Canada Act. It's prohibited, period. Can the Conservative Party understand that this is a matter of public trust toward elected officials? And we're talking about a flagrant lack of respect for our democracy. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Asking of his questions. He's pretty energized today. Mr. Speaker, I can understand if my colleague doesn't want to take my word for it, and he doesn't have to. That's fair. That's common in our parliamentary procedure, but I would ask him to just, again, take the word of Chuck Cadman himself when he was interviewed with Mike Duffy. Mike Duffy asked him, Conservatives were prepared to offer you an unopposed nomination if you would vote with them and also help with the campaign funding and so on. Was that the offer that was actually made? Chuck Cadman said, yes, that was the only offer on anything that I had from anybody. That was Chuck Cadman who said that.
Deputy de Joliette.
The Honourable Member for Joliette. Mr. Speaker, before the election campaign, the Prime Minister continued to brag that Canada would continue to establish good relations with the U.S. The least we can say about the leak by his Chief of Staff, Mr. Brody, is that he failed on this front. He promised better relations with the U.S., but all he had to do, all he was interested in was with the Bush government. Isn't the moral of this story about the leak the fact that the right-wing Conservatives tried to help the Republicans in the current race for the U.S. elections?
Mr. Speaker, that's simply not true, but the government is working to get to the bottom of this matter, and it is important that Canada have very good relations with the United States. It is our largest trading partner. It is our neighbour with whom we share a long border, and an incident of this type has the potential to harm the construction of those kind of good relations, and that's why we take it seriously.
The Honourable Member for Joliette. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals did not hesitate to fire Françoise Ducrot, Jean Chrétien's press secretary, and to expel Carolyn Parrish in similar circumstances. Now that the investigation goes to the PMO and Mr. Brody is the Chief of Staff at the PMO and the presumed author of this leak, and clearly in a conflict of interest, what is the Prime Minister waiting for to suspend him until all light is shed on the matter?
Well, Mr. Speaker, we have taken action with this regard, and there is an investigation taking place. But I think we can all agree that an event like this is not helpful to Canada-U.S. relations, and the NAFTA agreement has been very positive for Canada, for the United States. Canada has certainly enjoyed the benefits from a significant increase in jobs, an increase in standard of living, an increase in average incomes. These are all very positive things. United States has experienced similar benefits. So I think we all agree that that's important. We want to maintain those good relations, and that's why we take this matter seriously.
The Honourable Member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges. Mr. Speaker, here we are with the problems of the Chief of Staff, Ian Brody. Before it was political interference with Mr. Soudas and Mr. Fortier's office. There's the Communications Director about the Cadman affair. Doesn't this all show that the Prime Minister's inner circle and the government itself is doing the opposite of what they were preaching about transparency?
Well, Mr. Speaker, we're quite proud of our record on transparency and the introduction of an unprecedented Accountability Act that provides for transparency. In terms of the specific issue at hand, there's no doubt that the leak of an internal document like this is not helpful to relations with Canada and the United States, and the fact that our own history as a country includes a political party that campaigned saying that they would scrap NAFTA and then did not do that while they were in office, that of course creates an accentuating element to the situation. So that is one of the reasons why we do take this seriously. Absolutely.
Perhaps parties could restrict themselves to heckling on their own questions instead of others. The honourable member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We just have to observe that after 24 months in power, this party has a worse track record than the Liberals in over 10 years in regards to ethics. Not only is their behavior deplorable, but they're trying to hide the truth. They are disregarding their promise to be whiter than the driven snow. Will they finally admit that this is just a facade of transparency and they're only doing the same thing as the previous government? Mr. Speaker, the Bloc MP is afraid of our government's track record. The track record is good. We're talking about NAFTA, the economy, and just this morning we learned that in February 43,000 new jobs were created in Canada in all regions. This is a positive record, and this demonstrates that our economic policies are working.
Honourable member for Toronto Danforth.
Mr. Speaker, an internal investigation is not sufficient, and the government knows it, because when a public servant in the Environment Office, the Minister's office, leaked a document, the Conservatives asked the RCMP to intervene and even had the young man arrested from the Environment Department. But when the Prime Minister's office is trying to help the Republicans in the U.S. election, they just have an internal investigation. So it smells of camouflage, Mr. Speaker. The question is a very simple one. Why do we have a double standard at work here?
Mr. Speaker, I want to welcome back the Leader of the NDP from his visit on the U.S. television circuit, which I gather has been very successful in reaching the audience he is really trying to reach. Because we know this is about an issue about NAFTA. It's something we take seriously because we know that NAFTA has been very important for Canada's economy. It has benefited Canada, and I'm very pleased to see that the Leader of the NDP has now come to the table after years of opposition to agree with us that NAFTA is important and we have to do everything we can to preserve positive relations with the United States so we can have a strong French trading relationship.
The honourable member for Toronto Danforth.
Speaker, this leak about NAFTA has not only damaged our relationships with a future possible president and damaged the Obama campaign, but it's hurt our relationships with the Americans. And today we learn about a further problem, that Canada's credibility has taken another blow because an American congressman has pointed out that our trade minister, this government's trade minister, told him in private that the government was prepared to renegotiate NAFTA. But yet, publicly, of course, they're saying the opposite. And so there's something that the government has got to do here. One, apologize to the Americans.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Didn't get to the question.
Mr. Speaker, that question from the Leader of the NDP is totally off base, and I can't understand why he would say that this government's strongly committed to NAFTA. In fact, on the issue that he was asking about earlier, the risk in the situation is, of course, the possibility of harm to our relations with the United States. That's why we took action quickly. We made our position clear, and I'll make it again clear, and that has been helpful. And the American ambassador himself has indicated that that has been helpful. He indicated, quote, that the U.S. has moved on from this issue. We are strong supporters of NAFTA. We continue to be strongly committed to NAFTA, and I'm glad that the Leader of the NDP is coming to the table as a strong defender of NAFTA today as well.
The member for Halton.
Mr. Speaker, most Americans have a tough time naming our Canadian Prime Minister, but they sure are starting to learn the name of Ian Brody and his role in leaking privileged information to mess up the Democratic primaries. Now, another name Americans know well is that of Scooter Libby. Will the Prime Minister address this national embarrassment and fire his Chief of Staff, or would he rather keep denying and just wait till things turn out for Mr. Brody like they did for Mr. Libby?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member from Halton for his question. I do want to draw to everybody's attention. He has been letting everybody on the Hill know that he has released his new book. I don't know if it's autobiographical in nature, but he is having a launch for his new book entitled Greater Fool. And it's dealing with issues in the United States in which he has a great interest. I know that in the past he's been a great supporter of NAFTA. We think that that agreement is important. We think our relations with the United States are important, and I hope that he will agree with us on the importance of working to strengthen that relationship.
Honourable member for Halton.
Speaker, I appreciate the plug, but you know, Canadians now understand that Mr. Brody's leak of information to help the Republican buddies in the U.S. had a direct impact on one of the closest Democratic primaries in American history. And if the Prime Minister won't take decisive action with his staff, he's going to end up wearing this. So when is the Prime Minister going to fire Scooter Brody?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Minister has said, and as the government leader has said, we take this matter very seriously, and for that reason we have asked for an investigation by the Privy Council and will continue, and once the results are known, we will take action, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Madawaska Restigouche.
Mr. Speaker, the majority of Americans would be incapable of recognizing the Prime Minister if he stood before them. But in the past few days, the name of Ian Brody as Chief of Staff is as familiar as their favorite soap stars. Ian Brody committed a major error by interfering in the American primaries as he did. Not only did he tarnish Canada's international reputation, but he put our trade relations with our most important trading partner at stake. When will the Prime Minister show him the door?
The Minister of Foreign Affairs.
As I stated, and as the House Leader has stated, as the Prime Minister stated, we take this matter very seriously. That is why there is an investigation by the Privy Council. Once the results are known, we will take action. But what Canadians would like to know is what kind of action does the Liberal Party take by putting a no-confidence motion for the opposition party themselves.
The Honourable Member for Madawaska Restigouche.
Mr. Speaker, the Clerk of the Privy Council has the highest rank. The Chief of Staff is a political employee, but he's at the highest senior level. These two gentlemen have to work together regularly. How can the Clerk of the Privy Council investigate one of the people he has to work with very closely? Will the Prime Minister realize that we don't need a phony investigation for him to fire his Chief of Staff?
Mr. Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
It is very important to know that we put complete importance to the relationship with USA. That is why we need this investigation. Once the investigation is done, then based upon the results, we will act on that investigation, Mr. Speaker. But what we would like to know from the Liberals is why don't they raise issues about the budget, about the economy? As the report said today, we raised 43,000 new jobs in the economy in Canada. That is where they should be focusing their energy on, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Laval. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Status of Women tells us she has no lessons to learn about a tragic issue such as the recriminalization of abortion, but she, as minister responsible for status of women, should fight tooth and nail to preserve women's right to abortion. Can she assure us that she will do everything possible to protect women's rights against such a possibility?
Mr. Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, the honourable member is actually almost crossing the line to deliberately misleading Canadians about the vote that took place on a private member's bill. Our government is absolutely 100% committed to tackling violence against women, and that is why we introduced the Tackling Violent Crime Act, which I'm pleased has passed into law.
Honourable Member for Laval. If the Conservative members are wearing blinkers, the women of Canada and Quebec are not. The bill C-484 is the first step toward the recriminalization of abortion. The Canadian Rights Action League says that once someone is recognized or found guilty of the murder of a fetus, the Supreme Court will use that verdict to conclude that the fetus is a human being. Will the minister follow the Bloc's recommendation and convince her colleagues of the danger of voting in favor of that bill?
Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, the honourable member has it completely wrong. Our government is committed to fighting crimes against women,
That is why we introduced the Tackling Violent Crime Act. And I should add, Mr. Speaker, that the bill that she has raised was a free vote amongst our party. It was a private member's bill, and we were pleased to have a free vote on that issue.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Bruno-Saint-Hubert. Mr. Speaker, French is used more and more at work in Quebec by 90% of the population, but that is going down to only 70% in the Montreal region. Over 1/4 of Montrealers work in English. Anglophones, 3/4 of them work in English. The minister responsible for the official languages should realize that French is threatened in Quebec, and Quebec workers could work in their own language if the federal government in its labor code respected the language of the Quebec nation. Will she do so?
The Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we always said that on this side of the House, we're working so that linguistic duality in this country becomes a strength. So, as usual, the Bloc is whining and complaining and never has anything positive to say, especially not when it comes to official languages. The Honourable Member for Saint-Bruno-Saint-Hubert. We have something very positive to say, Mr. Speaker. Bill C-482, and the Minister could come to agree with the Bloc's objectives and support our bill that would improve the situation of the working language in Quebec by defending the interests of Quebecers, that is their language, and forcing the federal government to respect Bill 101 in applying the Canada Labour Code in the Quebec nation. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. As I said, Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we're working very hard to promote both official languages in Canada.
The Honourable Member for Halifax West.
Mr. Speaker, in 2005, the Parliamentary Secretary for Public Works told a senior Ottawa journalist his party was working on a deal for Chuck Cadman and that serious financial considerations were on the table. He now says, don't believe what's in the press. And yet he regularly cites articles when he believes they support his position. Will he do himself a favor and admit that he outlined this scheme to a journalist in 2005?
The Honourable Member for Port Moody, Westwood, Port Coquitlam.
No, Mr. Speaker, because it's simply not true.
The Honourable Member for Halifax West.
Mr. Speaker, the Parliamentary Secretary is lucky the media hasn't produced a tape of his comments. But maybe they will. So let's try this again. What did the Parliamentary Secretary mean in 2005 when he said his party was trying to work something out to address Mr. Cadman's family finances?
The Honourable Member for Port Moody,
Mr. Speaker,
Westwood,
the column
Port
that my
Coquitlam.
colleague is citing from the Globe and Mail yesterday is false. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for York West.
Embarrassing.
Confusion. Mr. Speaker, yesterday, the Parliamentary Secretary for Public Works misused the July 15, 2005 newspaper article as evidence that Mr. Cadman was planning to run again. But once again, the government's spin is at odds with the facts. What the article actually reported was that Mr. Cadman had planned on running again until April, when he was told he had only a few months to live. Mr. Speaker, did the Parliamentary Secretary even bother to read the article, or was he trying to mislead the House?
He just likes to pick.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Minister of Public Works.
Mr. Speaker, this is really all the Liberals have left. This is all they have left, Mr. Speaker. We've been clear and consistent on the facts of this case. There was the one meeting on the 19th where Doug Findlay, Tom Flanagan, and Chuck Cadman got together and they discussed. We made an offer to him to rejoin the Conservative caucus. That was the only offer that was put on the table. We've been clear and consistent about that, and the Liberals are, persistently trying to change their lines of attack because they are operating without the basic fact of the case that Chuck Cadman himself presented to Canadians.
A member for York West.
Mr. Speaker, they can keep running, but sooner or later they're going to have to come to account. This is the Cadman family that is giving us the facts, not them. The article is further proof that Mr. Cadman had no intention of running again. What's worse is that the Prime Minister would have known this because he had at least 2 meetings in April and May with Mr. Cadman personally after he was diagnosed. When are they going to drop this fanciful idea that Mr. Cadman was going to run again and just tell us the truth and admit that they offered Mr. Cadman a bribe?
Come on, shoot. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Works.
Mr. Speaker, there's no offer of $1 million life insurance bribe. Any accusation to that effect is false. The Liberals have made the accusation. It is incorrect. It is libelous, and we will see them in court.
The Honourable Member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Speaker, with increasing global economic turmoil, it's more important than ever that Canada's government remain vigilant and keep its fiscal house in order. Under the leadership of the Conservatives, taxes are at their lowest level in nearly 50 years, the unemployment rate is at its lowest level in 33 years, and Canada's debt burden is at its lowest level since the 1970s. More Canadians are holding on to their jobs. More Canadians are able to make future plans with confidence. More Canadians are working. Can the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance please update the House on Canada's employment picture? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Kitchener-Conestoga for raising that very important fact of the fact that this finance minister last fall anticipated that was going to be some economic volatility. So he put in $60 billion worth of tax cuts that stimulated the economy. Mr. Speaker, the result of that is a 33-year low in unemployment, 43,000 new jobs. That brings us to a grand total of 800,000 net new jobs since this Conservative government took over.
Honourable Member for Surrey North.
Speaker, full-time working women in Canada earned on average $39,200 compared to men who earned $55,700. Mr. Speaker, this is a wage gap of $16,500. Yet this Conservative agenda has made a $5 million cut to women's funding, eliminating funding for research and advocacy for women's equality rights. Mr. Speaker, they fired 61 people working towards equal rights for women. Mr. Speaker, why did this government ignore Canadian women in the budget? And how can Canadian women trust this government?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to remind my colleague that not only did our government increase the women's program budget by 76%, which is the highest amount ever, moreover, as of last March 4th, the Minister of Heritage, Status of Women in Official Languages, provided total funding of $1,934,732 to 7 national women's groups for projects that will help women throughout Canada.
Supplementary.
Mr. Speaker, this Conservative agenda is clearly hurting women. Double the number of women live under the poverty line, the low-income cutoff, as men. And women are only earning 71% of the incomes that men earn, and that's only in their best earning years. It's worse in the rest of the earning years, leaving all kinds of women in this country behind. And we talk about Aboriginal women and girls being left behind in the thousands. We talk about immigrant women. We talk about single mothers being left behind. And what about senior women who the best this government can come up with is to tell them to get a part-time minimum wage job in a big box store? That's not the attitude. What are you doing about it?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the women of Canada need help, and that is why this week the Minister of Heritage, of Status of Women and Official Languages did the following: $528,800 to Famille Ville Internationale for a project to help marginalized women, $479,000 for the Association of Aboriginal Women of Canada for a violence prevention kit project, over $300,000 for immigrant women so that immigrant women and women belonging to a visible minority.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday Dr. Arthur Carty told Industry Committee that the need for a national science advisor has never been greater, and that the government is, quote, tarnishing Canada's international reputation as a science and innovation leader by cutting that position. He also said that he is dismayed and disappointed that the Conservatives find scientific advice, quote, unwanted. Why did the minister mislead this House by telling us that Dr. Carty is leaving voluntarily and that he supports the government's latest attack on science?
The Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We actually found out a lot yesterday. According to Dr. Carty, the former Liberal government concocted a science advisor, a position underfunded and understaffed, without a clear mandate, without a job description, with a huge expense account, without a reporting structure, without results, without access to the Cabinet and the Prime Minister. It sounds like the Liberals are still disconnected from ordinary Canadians. This is another example of Liberal misspending and mismanagement. We feel science and technology is so important that we replaced the Liberal position. We created a position with 8...
Order. The honourable member for Kings Hants.
Mr. Speaker, it's interesting because before Dr. Carty spoke out, the Industry Minister said this about Dr. Carty. He said that he has made a significant and valuable contribution to Canada's international agenda. He told this House that Dr. Carty is a respected Canadian whom I hold in very high regard. Why, then, did the Conservatives kill Dr. Carty's position? Was it because Dr. Carty, like Linda Keane, dared to speak truth to power? Right. Is it because this government prefers ideology to evidence?
That's right. Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, like I said, what we killed was that liberal position, a Liberal position that was underfunded and understaffed, without clear mandate, without a job description, with a huge expense account. Mr. Speaker, it gives me the opportunity to talk about what we replaced it with. We replaced it with the STIC, the Scientific Technology Innovation Council, the chair by Dr. Howard Alper, a well-known scientist. And by the way, Mr. Speaker, it has a clear mandate, a clear description, it's got public reporting, and I want to thank that Liberal for allowing our budget to pass, for our science and technology strategy to go through. I really do appreciate his support. And so
A member for Labrador.
Mr. Speaker, at a time when there is so much work to be done on the environment, it is a shame and a pity that the Minister has been distracted by his own ethical problems. On the issue of a bribe of a federal appointment, was the Prime Minister's office certain that his minister was telling the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth when he did his interviews with the OPP? And did the PMO authorize the minister to intervene in the OPP's decision to send the O'Brien file to the RCMP?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I'm going to have to go to the doctor. I almost had a heart attack. I thought the Liberals were going to ask a question on the environment, but no, they aren't there. They're asking the same silly questions they've asked about imaginary scandals all the way through. But, you know, this one has a bit of an ugly side, an uglier side than usual, and that's because the member is asking a question in which he is suggesting that the OPP, not just at this government, but that the OPP is actually engaging in wrongdoing. And, you know, that's the extreme point that they've gotten to. It's why nobody takes any of their allegations seriously, because there is no basis for them. And the more it is demonstrated that there is no basis, the wilder the accusations get. The fact is the OPP cleared the minister.
The honourable member for Churchill.
Mr. Speaker, for over 6 months, the Conservatives have used every dirty trick in their infamous disruption manual to block hearings into the Conservative in-and-out election financing scheme. And it got so bad that MPs were forced yesterday to elect a new committee chair. So will the new chair of Procedure and House Affairs or the vice chair confirm this, that a Democratic vote allowing the committee to study the in-and-out scheme and hear directly from the Conservative candidates themselves will be his first order of business?
The Honourable Vice Chair of the Committee.
Mr. Speaker, I certainly hope with the election of our new chair, the member for Elgin, Middlesex, London, there will be a new spirit of cooperation at our committee and that we can finally get to this study. Canadians have a right to know all about how the in-and-out scheme worked, and you need to know this before the next election in case the Conservative Party plans to use this scheme again.
Honourable Deputy de Repentigny.
Honourable Member for Repentigny. Mr. Speaker, Ernest Boyer, president of Fardac Network, said, and I quote, "It isn't the federal budget for 2008 that will allow low-income seniors to improve their lot in life." When the Conservatives were in the opposition, they promised to correct the injustices made to seniors with the GIS file. The Conservatives have a huge surplus. Could they not pay their debt to seniors who have been harmed by giving them full retroactivity of the GIS, because the seniors are entitled to these amounts?
The Minister of Human Resources.
Mr. Speaker, this government recognizes that our seniors have built this country, and they deserve they play a vital part through a strong voice at the cabinet table. We have increased the GIS to 7%, and we've created a Secretary of State for seniors. We've created a national advisory board to advise on senior issues. Mr. Speaker, in the 2008 budget, we have increased the exemption for GIS from $500 to $2,500. And Mr. Speaker, we want to thank the Liberals for assisting us with that budget being passed.
Question supplémentaire.
Supplementary, the Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Mr. Speaker, before the L'Abbé Chamber of Commerce, the base commander for Bagotville, emphasized the importance of rebuilding the main landing strip because it is in very bad shape. Will the Minister of Defence guarantee that the work that will cost about $25 million and that is urgent will be undertaken immediately this year in 2008?
Secretary to the Minister of Defence.
Well, Mr. Speaker, thank you for the question. I can assure the honourable member that the Bagotville runway is deteriorating far slowly since I stopped landing on it. However, I can also assure the honourable member that serviceable runways are obviously key to the operational capability of any Canadian Forces base, especially a base like Bagotville. We're putting a lot of money into Bagotville with the Air Expeditionary Wing, and I can assure the honourable member in this House that they'll receive all the infrastructure they need to do the great job they've been doing up till now, and I know they'll continue.
The Honourable Member for Hull-Aylmer. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Public Works contracted Profac to manage its real estate, and Public Works also uses contractors for other work. It rigorously pays all of its suppliers, and when they are late in their payments, they pay interest. Why is Profac taking so much time in paying the subcontractors? Is it taking advantage of these delays to finance its own operations on the backs of other contractors?
For Public Works.
No, Mr. President.
No, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Niagara West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Canada's Great Lakes are an integral part of our lives. They're not only a source of recreation for millions of Canadians, we also make a living from them. Our government recognizes that uncontrolled discharge of ballast water and sediment can lead to the transfer of harmful aquatic organisms and pathogens which destroy our Great Lakes habitats. Could
the Minister of Transport tell us what the government is doing to clean up the Marine Basin? The Minister of Transport. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. No doubt the best question today. It is true, Mr. Speaker, that our government has done a great deal of work, much more than the previous government in that area. And I would like to remind members that before the Merchant Marine Act was completed and we reviewed it completely and quickly, we had zero tolerance for all ships in all Canadian waters. This is a historic first in Canada, and as of 2006 we had...
The Honourable Member for Ottawa Centre.
Mr. Speaker, the sale of Canada's largest space company, McDonnell Detweiler, and the Canadian Radiostat-2 satellite will give unprecedented control of Canadian technology bought and paid for by Canadians to an American firm, Alliant Tech Systems. First built by the Canadian Space Agency, it has spent $524 million for the promise of priority access to the satellite in cases of emergency, including oil spills and suspect vessels entering Canada's north. Mr. Speaker, the final say on the sale rests with the industry minister. Will he meet the March 22nd deadline to stop the sale?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Minister of Industry.
Mr. Speaker, what came out in committee this week, we found that this was another example of Liberal mismanagement. What this issue underlines is the legacy of Liberals and how it affects Canada today. In 1998, the Liberals sold Canada out by signing over Raiderstat 2 to MDA because the Liberals couldn't negotiate a deal. But I can tell you right now, Mr. Speaker, there is a process in place, and the minister will follow that process.
The honourable member for Ottawa Centre.
Speaker, if we can't get an answer from the industry minister, let's try the foreign affairs minister. The sale of Raiderstat 2 to Alliant Tech Systems is against Canada's national security interests. The U.S. company may be planning to use the Raiderstat 2 technology for weapons control. This same company also builds landmines banned by Canada and the UN, and it also builds cluster bombs. Canadian law requires the minister to make his decision with, quote, regard to national security and the defence of Canada. Will the Foreign Affairs Minister exercise his statutory authority and stand up for Canadian sovereignty by refusing to approve the transfer of Raiderstat 2's license?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, actually, it's the Minister of Industry that's responsible for Investment Canada. Any sale of MDA will require his approval. No approval has been granted. The Minister of Industry is also responsible for Industry Canada, Technology Partnership Canada, and the Canadian Space Agency. This House can be assured that the Canadian taxpayers' dollars will be protected, and the proposed MDA transaction will require the consent of the Minister of Industry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Hull-Elmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Profact is delaying in paying its suppliers and doesn't pay interest for late payments, whereas the company is being paid by Public Works if they are late in their payments. And they have 90 to 180 days to pay. Why are they dragging their feet in paying their suppliers? Why does Profact not pay interest on delayed payments? And why the RFP contracts are so short? And why is this information not public? My colleague is asking a question with quite a number of details. I will find the answers to the questions after question period, because I think this serious question deserves a serious answer, because it was a very technical question.
Mr. Speaker, this is astonishing. The Liberal member for Esquimalt-Wanda Fuca continues to attack both this Conservative government and the BC provincial government for, get this, wanting to stop the discharge of raw sewage into the Victoria Harbour. To the Minister of Environment, why is it so important to health and safety to stop this dumping of raw sewage, something the Liberals failed to do in 13 long years?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I was shocked when the Liberal Party of Canada had a member of their shadow cabinet come out and say it was okay to dump raw sewage into the Pacific Ocean. This is intolerable. It's wrong. It shouldn't be happening in 2008. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to tell you, we're committed to taking real action. We're coming forward with regulations to ban this practice so that we can protect our oceans. While I'm up, Mr. Speaker, I want to condemn the NDP's non-confidence motion. Shame on you. And I want to say to the Liberal Party of Canada, thank you for your confidence.
Order. The honourable member from Brant.
Mr. Speaker, Six Nations in my riding of Brant has 12,000 residents. Many of those residents boil their water because it is unsafe. In October 2005, the Liberal government committed $10 million to refurbish the water treatment plant in order to address this deplorable situation. This government, 25 months later, has not honored the commitment, and those residents continue to boil their water. We all know that Aboriginal issues are not a priority for this government, but surely, Mr. Speaker, providing people with safe drinking water is the government's minimum obligation. When will Six Nations receive the necessary $10 million?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Indian Affairs.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the question, because when our government first took office, we had a situation where there was 193 First Nations communities across the country that had water that was not drinkable. And, Mr. Speaker, we've actually brought that number down to 83. And, Mr. Speaker, this member mentions that, in fact, he feels our government isn't taking Aboriginal issues seriously. Well, I'd like to ask his party if they would, in fact, extend matrimonial real property to First Nations women on reserve. I don't believe they're going to support it.
L'honorable deputy de Rosemont,
La Petite Patrie. Mr. Speaker, in the Environment Commissioner's report made public yesterday, there is a figure for Conservative inaction. Of the 14 sectors that were examined, only there were 9 that were unsatisfactory, and nothing in the Conservative program shows any sign of changing this. How can the government explain these very poor results when the Minister of Environment has been in power now for 2 years? The report states that it's very important to do more to clean up our Great Lakes in central Canada and to work harder to take care of some of the problems that were created by the previous government. The Bloc, of course, can never do anything. The only thing it can do is speak. The only thing it has to offer Quebecers is a national conversation on the environment, whereas this party and this government are acting.
The honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Mr. Speaker, over 100 Canadian scientists were asked to write a crucial report on the state of climate change in Canada, and the government has tried to bury it for more than a year. This report will say that Canada is in for far more droughts, landslides, extreme heat and smog, more violent storms and more damaging storms. The communities are in deep jeopardy if this government doesn't act. The Minister of the Environment must explain why he's stalling on the release of this report and what his government plans to do about it. Why should this Parliament have any confidence in this government and its inaction on the environment?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
This report from the Department of Natural Resources, I have not had the opportunity to read it. It was scheduled to go out today. I understand someone got enthusiastic and put it out the night before. We welcome discussion on the future of the report. This member, though, Mr. Speaker, wants to bring down this government for our policies on the environment. That's wrong, and it's misguided, Mr. Speaker. I have to tell you, Mr. Speaker, at times in my life, I have suffered from self-confidence issues, and it means so much to me to have the support of the Liberal Party of Canada. Mr. Speaker, they like me. They really like me.
Final question, the honourable member for Cardigan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is for the Minister of Trade. Considering that the Conservative government yesterday would not allow a take-note debate on the fisheries issues at the WTO, very important fisheries issues, would the Minister now make sure that this government changes its tack and starts supporting the fishermen at the WTO? If not, the fishermen can lose their employment insurance, their capital gains tax exemption, even the port repair is on the table, and if nothing, and even the gas tax card. Will the government change its tack and start supporting the inshore fishermen?
The Honourable Minister of Fisheries.
Mr. Speaker, the honourable member in the last 2 years has seen us clean up overfishing on the East Coast, clean up overfishing on the West Coast, make sure that we have a solid owner-operator policy, put millions of dollars, extra dollars into infrastructure, open up the North. Does he think for 1 minute we would stand by and let anything like that happen to our inshore fishermen? Not a chance, Mr. Speaker.
That would bring a question period to an end for today. Point of order, the Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Today during question period there was a question asked of the member from Churchill, I believe it was, of the Chair or Vice Chair of the Procedure and House Affairs Committee of the House of Commons. And the answer that came from the Vice Chair, who is the member for Elmer, was an entirely inappropriate answer. And I direct you to page 827 of Marlowe and Montpetit, where it says that during the oral question period, a committee chair may respond to questions provided they deal with the proceedings or schedule of the committee and not the substance of its work. The nature of the response was one that was very substantive and very partisan in nature, very much betraying the legitimate role of a chair or vice chair of the committee in responding to these questions. The reason for that rule is, of course, that they are in a role similar to yours, Mr. Speaker, of being neutral and even-handed, which is, of course, on the issue in question what we're seeking, even-handedness, so that the issues they study are issues that deal with both sides and all parties equally. But setting aside that debate on substance and the need for fairness, I think that what we've had here is a serious breach. And what makes it worse is it was clearly a pre-calculated breach. The opposition House Leader and I have canvassed this issue before the Speaker after previous question periods. He's fully aware of the rules, yet the question was prepared, the answer was prepared. It was done so knowingly. It was a knowing breach of the rules of the House of Commons, and I think that's a matter that requires your attention.
Hear, hear. The Honourable House Leader for the Official Opposition.
Speaker, this issue was indeed raised a few days ago by me in a point of order with the Speaker. The Speaker at that time indicated that he had allowed the Government House Leader to answer on behalf of a committee chair because no one else on the committee, like the Vice Chair, rose to address the question that had been put before the House. Today, a question was asked of a committee chair. The committee chair was unable to answer, so the Vice Chair rose to provide the answer. The question was about the agenda of the committee. The question referred to explicitly the agenda for the next meetings of the committee, and the Vice Chair spoke of asking for a new spirit of cooperation among committee members and the timeliness of dealing with the committee's agenda. The whole answer, the question and the entire answer were entirely within the rules of this House.
The Honourable Government House Leader on the same point of order.
Mr. Speaker, I invite you to review the answer because you will find that that is not at all the case. The response that came from the Vice Chair of the committee, the member for Hull Elmer, was one that was quite substantive, quite partisan, expressed comments and opinions on the issue which are entirely inappropriate for the Chair to do while playing the role of Chair. The situation where I responded to a question when no one else in this House, including that Vice Chair who was here, rose to respond to a question is entirely different because I, of course, as a minister, am not limited by the restrictions that are clearly set out in the rules that apply to a chair when asked in that role and to answer in that role. So there's obviously a nice diversion there by the member, but the material fact remains that the Vice Chair has clearly overstepped his bounds. I know the people on that committee feel strongly about the appropriate role of a chair, and I know we've had the unfortunate situation of a recent removal of a chair. I'll leave it to that committee how they wish to deal with this very serious matter, but in terms of a spirit of cooperation, it's not a good start, and I'd ask that you seek a form of apology and a retraction from the Vice Chair of the committee.
The Honourable Opposition House Leader, final intervention.
We were just treated to the Government House Leader saying that if no one else rises in the House to address a question that was put to a committee chair, that the Government House Leader is entitled to respond to that question, and he can be as partisan as he wants, but that there are tougher strictures that apply to everybody else in the House. Mr. Speaker, this is a matter of the government wanting one set of rules for them and another set of rules for everyone else. The fact of the matter is the question was in order and the answer dealt with the agenda of the committee. It called for a spirit of cooperation and it asked for timeliness in actually moving the agenda forward. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that answer.
Order. Any other interventions on this? If not, I will take the advice. Order. You want the chair to say something? You want to keep talking? Okay. The Government House Leader has suggested that the chair take this matter under advisement, review the blues and the answer that was given by the Vice Chair of the committee. I think that's good advice. It'll be taken, and at some point the Chair will get back to the House with respect to the point of order that the Government House Leader has raised. And now, I'll just... Royale.
Tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the
Government
House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 36.8, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's response to one petition.
Tabling of documents, the Honourable the Minister of Transport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to table in both official languages the report of the Advisory Committee on the Railway Safety Act entitled Strengthening Ties, a Shared Commitment for Rail Security.
Introduction of government bills. Statements by ministers. Rapport de délégation.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Présentation de rapport.
Presenting reports from committees.
Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills. Mr. Day for Mr. Nicholson, seconded by Mr. Cannon, moves that Bill S3, an act to amend the Criminal Code, investigative hearing, and recognizance of conditions be now read a first time. Cette motion est...
This motion is deemed adopted. When will this bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House.
Motions? Presenting petitions. The Honourable Member for Saskatoon, Rosetown Bigger.
Mr. Speaker, it gives me great honour today to present two petitions on behalf of the constituents of Saskatoon, Rosetown Bigger. The first one deals with the youth justice system, and they say it's an ineffective and a meaningless act at the present. They ask that Parliament enact new legislation that would provide stiffer penalties to young offenders. My second petition is from the citizens of the Bigger area, and they're asking that the historically unique locomotive roundhouse in Bigger, Saskatchewan, that it be deemed a national heritage site. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Présentation de pétitions.
Presenting petitions.
Petitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable the Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, questions number Q169 and Q173 could be made orders for returns. These returns would be tabled immediately. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, I ask that the remaining questions be allowed to stand.
Is
it the pleasure of the House that questions number 169 and 173 be made orders for return and that these documents be tabled immediately? It is agreed.
Is agreed that the other questions be allowed to stand? Agreed. Orders of the day.
Business of supply, resuming debate on the opposition motion on climate change.
When we were last discussing this matter, there were 5 minutes left for the Honourable Member for Northumberland, Quinte West, and he now has the floor.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think in reflection of this government's record on greenhouse gas reductions and the actions taken by the Minister of the Environment, and in particular our reductions of 20% by 2020 and 60 to 70% by 2050, I think Canadians will see that finally this country has taken aggressive steps towards achieving reductions in greenhouse gases that for 13 years prior to that were not only non-existent but actually plunged this country further down into a negative situation with regard to greenhouse gases. They actually went up by 35%. We have to do something about that, and that's what this government's done. But it's done more than that. You see, Mr. Speaker, CO2 is not considered to be a pollutant. It is a greenhouse gas, not a good one, a greenhouse gas. But what this government has decided to do is to actually reduce those things that make us sick and identify over 220 negatives towards the environment that I think Canadians are applauding and will continue to applaud, because they'll see some concrete action, some direction. You know, Mr. Speaker, we heard earlier on this morning the NDP ranting and raving and complaining about inaction, and really what they should be talking about is working in a collaborative way with the government to make sure that we achieve these achievable goals. But one of the things that I think Canadians really need to know about all the bluster that we've been hearing from the NDP is that it will cost literally tens of thousands, and indeed I think it's hundreds of thousands of jobs. And you know, Mr. Speaker, it goes down a path. Yes, we have to do something about it, but this goes down a path that I don't think any reasonable Canadian wants to go down. You know, we heard during question periods and other questions from the NDP some of the serious threat we're under from the global economy vis-a-vis our manufacturing jobs, and the actions that the finance minister has taken to stop that flow that's been occurring. I fear, Mr. Speaker, I fear that this action that the NDP is taking currently before the House, I fear that is going to even have a more negative effect, not only on manufacturing jobs and jobs in the forestry sector and other sectors, the mining jobs, and indeed Canada's ability to be a world provider of energy. And I refer specifically to things like nuclear energy, and I refer to things like natural gas and petroleum that are actually helping to drive the economy. And the reason I say that is, you know, in my riding, there is a company, and I met on Saturday when we had a town hall on industry and jobs and manufacturing. I had an industry there that they make furnaces and items such as that are they're shipping almost 90% or a huge percentage of their products to Alberta and Saskatchewan, to the oil sands. And I wonder this. I just wonder this preoccupation of the NDP. I just wonder how they can go to companies like Escrow and tell them that they're going to do away with this huge market that they have that's providing jobs to people in my riding. People in my riding who've been losing jobs, manufacturing jobs. I'd really caution the NDP with going down those roads. But you know, Mr. Speaker, in my previous intervention, I talked about some of the statements made by previous environment ministers in the previous government, and I think that should send a signal to Canadians. And I think that signal is that no matter what the official opposition says about the environment, they have a track record that should make them ashamed. And I think once they come to that realization, they should then say, government, we want to work with you to make this better. And I don't see that from them right now.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Nanaimo Cowichan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I was interested to hear the member talk about loss of jobs. And one of the things that certainly in British Columbia we're seeing is loss of jobs due to the impact of the climate change crisis. And earlier in the House, the member from Toronto Danforth and the member from Skeena-Bulkley Valley talked about the pine beetle epidemic. And what's happening in British Columbia is that the forests are literally being laid waste. And without the kind of urgent and meaningful action the forestry sector in British Columbia, particularly in the interior and the north, is going to continue to see massive job losses. And not only are we talking about massive job losses, we're also talking about the fact that many communities are at threat in terms of fire season that could get out of control. So I would like to ask the member about the kinds of strategies that are required to take a look at forestry, to take a look at fishing. We've certainly seen some climate change impact on fishing, children showing up in hospitals with asthma. We simply cannot disregard the impacts of climate change. And I wonder if the member would like to address the impacts of climate change on some of our industries in Canada.
I'd like to thank the honourable member for her question, and she does bring up some very salient points. And of course, what are we doing? Well, Mr. Speaker, the $1 billion community trust, specifically to those communities who are totally reliant or significantly reliant on industries such as the forest industry and the negative impact. And she mentions the pine beetle. Well, this government has contributed millions upon millions of dollars that will help communities that are affected by the pine beetle infestation. And you know something about the pine beetle infestation. From personal experience out in British Columbia, visiting my son who lives there. When I first flew out to see him, Mr. Speaker, some years ago, as the plane was, as we entered into BC airspace, you could see the vast green forests. A few years ago, those green forests were beginning to look a little, there were patches of rust, and now, Mr. Speaker, there's just simply too much of it. So what has caused the infestation? Well, climate change. We know that at minus 30 for several, it takes at minus 30 for 2 or 3 weeks. That helps control the pine beetle. Also, one of the reasons the pine beetle infestation is as it is our great ability, our ability to affect forest fires. Forest fires have been Mother Nature's way of keeping control of the pine beetle. And so, Mr. Speaker, yes, that is a terrible scourge on the forest industry that we know is moving into Alberta, and we're going to work with the provinces, and we are working with the province to do something about it. So she's right that it is a problem, but she's wrong when she says the government's not doing about it. As I said, the $1 billion community trust, the huge amounts of money being poured into the communities with regard to how we're fighting the pine beetle. She mentions, of course, the things that do make us sick, the real pollutions, the things that cause asthma, and the government is taking action there. Not just voluntary action as the previous government did, but we brought in some of the toughest environmental legislation. It won't be voluntary, Mr. Speaker. There will be significant fines for people who produce too much greenhouse gases, significant fines for those who want to pollute our air. Actually, right now, as we speak, the Minister of the Environment is working with industry to develop ways in a cooperative stance at the present time in how they can meet those reductions in greenhouse gas emissions. And very shortly, Mr. Speaker, those numbers will be released by the industry, and the minister will be making some significant announcements with regard to what the government's going to do in our next step in reducing those greenhouse gases by 20% by 2020.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Ottawa South.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise to speak to the NDP's motion today. And before I get into the substance of some of the issues raised in the motion, I do want to make a few general comments about the nature of the motion and some of the motivating forces or factors behind this motion, if I might. First thing I'd like to remember the House is that the official opposition of any stripe, any political stripe, does possess, in the case of a minority government, a certain amount of power. And that power culminates, I believe, in the exercising of a decision
which would take down a minority government and cause an election. It's a power which I believe has to be exercised responsibly, judiciously, and one that cannot be taken lightly. It's fair to say that this motion is more than tinged in partisanship. The leader of the NDP made comments this morning that were somewhat troubling to me and to the official opposition. Comments, for example, around the notion, in my view, that the NDP is prepared to put this motion in a confidence form because they are unwilling to cooperate with the Bloc Québécois and the Liberal Party of Canada in taking the time necessary to expose for Canadians just what's been happening with this minority government, and in particular, some of their efforts to cover up what are now 4 raging fires out of their control, the first being the in-and-out election advertising scandal, the second being the Ian Brody affair, now spiraling out of control in the United States of America, fed, in my view, by the leader of the NDP going on CNN International News just last night and telling the world about Mr. Brody's conduct, a Cadman affair where the Prime Minister refuses to refute what is clearly irrefutable, that is his voice on tape, speaking about offers to a tragically sick member of Parliament at the time, and of course the O'Brien affair, where the Minister of the Environment is now involved in having to defend himself repeatedly from all kinds of negative coverage involving his interference in municipal affairs. There are other issues that are ongoing here that the government, of course, does not want Canadians to know about. And why is that, Mr. Speaker? And why is it wrong for the NDP to play partisan politics with this motion? It's wrong because I believe it's important for Canadians to get to know more about the character, the nature, the values, the approaches taken by this Prime Minister and his Conservative Reform Party. And so I think with respect to the politics of this motion, that's all I really want to say, except that it's unfortunate that the NDP, by couching this important climate change debate in a motion of confidence, is really aiding and abetting the government in its attempts to hide from plain public view what's been happening on a number of key fronts. Now let me turn, if I could, to the substance of the issue which is in the motion. The motion is right, Mr. Speaker, in this respect. The Reformed Conservatives cannot be trusted to do the right thing either domestically or internationally to fight the climate change crisis. They simply cannot be trusted. We know the scientific evidence is overwhelming. This at a time when the government refuses to renew the funding of the Climate Change and Atmospheric Research Foundation's programs. This at a time when last spring the government cancelled the largest single university-based research initiative and effort in climate change science.
Shame.
The world's leading scientists told us again in Bali, Mr. Speaker, that an increase in the Earth's temperature of just 2 to 4 degrees will lead to a catastrophic disruption of life as we know it today. The Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change has said that a 1 degree Celsius increase could lead to 10% of land species facing extinction and 80% destruction of our coral reefs. This is now very serious business. Business that should not be couched, in my view, in partisanship, as has happened here through this NDP motion. The IPCC fourth report in May of 2007 says it's possible to limit temperature increases to 2.4 degrees, but only if we stabilize within 15 years our worldwide emissions, and we move to cut those in half by 2050. And here's the kicker, Mr. Speaker. We know that the economic costs now of taking action now, today, aggressively, are much less than the costs in the future if we fail to act. The former chief economist of the World Bank, Sir Nicholas Stern, conducted a review on the economics of climate change for the planet. He concluded that the costs of ignoring climate change could be 5 to 20% of GDP. More than that, more than the costs of the 2 world wars and the Great Depression combined. In contrast, the cost of tackling the problem can be limited to 1% of global GDP today if we act now. There are many effective low-cost options already available. Financial incentives to develop and deploy existing technologies, tradable permits and carbon credits, renewable power investments, and voluntary programs, of course, which have been used around the world. In 2007, the world's largest and leading management consulting firm, McKinsey & Company, showed that a great deal could be achieved in the fight against climate change without placing an undue burden on our economy, if governments provide incentives for the development and deployment of green technologies. It concludes the annual worldwide cost for making the needed emission reductions to avoid worse climate change in 2030 is only 0.6% of that year's projected GDP. We agreed to the Kyoto Protocol in this country in 1997. And despite all of the misinformation, the desperate misinformation from the Conservative Party, it became international law in this country only in 2005, when enough countries had ratified the protocol. It set targets, yes. It also created a mandatory international trading system, one now abandoned by the government because it has unilaterally abandoned Canada, the only country of over 170 to abandon the Kyoto Treaty. We have been completely isolated, as we saw in Bali, Mr. Speaker, when we came together with the world to negotiate a framework for the second phase of the Kyoto Protocol. The Minister of the Environment went there, and in the last 2 hours of a 7-day meeting, finally folded because he was under so much pressure, Mr. Speaker, to sign on to an international declaration calling for 25 to 40% reductions from 1990 levels by 2020. He was the only minister to hold out, working in partnership with the Republican administration, who were not even part of the official negotiating sessions. But under pressure, he finally folded. Now, here's the problem with signing on to such a declaration. The government's own Turning the Corner plan runs completely in the opposite direction of that commitment. Study after study, including the Conservatives' own advisory body, have shown the Conservatives will not even meet their own modest targets and will allow our emissions to continue to rise until 2050 and beyond. They talk about regulations. We just heard one of their speakers say that they've got the toughest regulations in Canadian history. Fact check. There are no regulations. The government has tabled no regulations yet. Nothing's been brought into force on clean air. There are no regulations on climate change greenhouse gases. They've exempted new facilities by giving them a 3-year grace period. They're pricing carbon at $15 a ton into a technology fund, payments into a technology fund, which is grossly less than what it should be. It's been a pattern that we've seen south of the border about denying, delaying, and ultimately deceiving one's own people, Mr. Speaker, about taking action on climate change when, in fact, that's not happening. First, they came into power in 2006 and killed all of the Liberal measures that were in play. But then they brought them back in a re-gifted fashion in half measure. According to the C.D. Howe Institute, the Deutsche Bank, the Pembina Institute, the Tyndall Centre for Climate Change Research, the National Roundtable on the Environment and Economy, the National Energy Board, and many others, their plan cannot meet their weak targets, and emissions will continue to rise. The claim that emissions will peak in 2010 in their plan is baseless. The claim that it will meet its target of 20% below 2006 by 2020 is baseless. There are so many exemptions, loopholes, bogus compliance options, and such lack of detail that there is no way to conclude that this framework will have any positive effect at all. Shame. In fact, because of the overall weakness, Tom DeCino, the president of the Canadian Council of Chief Executives, representing 150 of some of the largest companies in Canada, came to committee just 2 weeks ago and said the government's, I think, negligence, using my words, the government's negligence in this respect is actually harming Canadian industry by perpetuating policy uncertainty that hinders rational investment decisions. So we can continue the transition that we started years ago to a carbon-constrained future, a carbon-constrained economy. Those are the facts, Mr. Speaker, about the domestic plan and our international performance. It is not even worth getting into the details of the minister's performance in Bali, because that action speaks for itself. What happened previous to the government arriving? While the Prime Minister was denying even the existence of climate change, he didn't believe in greenhouse gases, he said, we brought in 4 increasingly aggressive climate change plans through the 2 previous governments, culminating in Project Green, launched by our leader of the official opposition in 2005. The Pembina Institute said at the time Project Green was, quote, over 6 times more effective than what this government has offered today. We offered large-scale funding for alternative energy. Cut. Invested in biofuels. Cut. Conducted a highly successful public awareness campaign to teach Canadians about the dangers of the climate change crisis. Cut. And introduced energy-efficient retrofit programs for Canadian homes and buildings. Cut, particularly for the poorest in Canadian society who need the most help. This is the track record of the government since 2006. Let's talk about where we want to go now, Mr. Speaker. Let's talk about how we intend to deal as an official opposition with the climate change crisis. First, we're going to have a comprehensive plan using the full range of tools to fight global warming. And we're going to do that first and foremost by putting a price on carbon so the polluter pays. We're going to provide serious support for renewable energy and other ways to reduce emissions. Help for Canadians to conserve energy. We're going to work in partnership. Here's a twist. We're going to work in partnership with our provincial governments on both mitigation and adaptation. We will not dispatch, in this case, our Minister of Finance or the Minister of the Environment to pick fights. Canadians are sick of the tawdry games. They're sick of the intergovernmental bickering. They want their governments cooperating not just on economic plans, but of course on environmental plans, and we will do so. That's why, Mr. Speaker, approximately a year ago, our party, the official opposition, produced the Balancing Our Carbon Budget plan. This plan is the backbone of the reworked and reformulated Clean Air and Climate Change Act, Bill C-30, which the government killed. In fact, it is my theory they prorogued Parliament in order to prevent that bill to come back to the floor of the House of Commons to be debated openly. That's been raised by my own leader of the official opposition several times. This
member for Caribou Prince George is rising on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, I'm seeking correction if I'm wrong, but it appears to me that the member used a report of some sort as a prop during his speech. I know that I think that's their fifth environmental plan or some number like that, and it's still not workable. But are they permitted to use? Is the member permitted to use use that book as a prop? If so, if not, Mr. Speaker, perhaps he can withdraw it. If so, then I stand corrected.
The honourable member for Ottawa South knows that we do not use props, but sometimes you use a report when you want to quote from it, and that's likely what he was doing. And I will trust in his good faith, and he will continue his speech, for which he has 3 minutes. If it's on the same point of order, I've already spoken on that point of order. The honourable member for Ottawa South has the floor.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I stand corrected. Thank you for your lenience. And I would put it to my honourable colleague that if you'd like a copy of the report, it is available on our website. So we have a plan to move forward. We've devised a carbon budget plan that brings in the 700 largest polluters, responsible for 50% of Canada's greenhouse gas emissions. A plan with the support of the NDP, the Bloc Québécois, and the Green Party, for that matter, and thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of Canadians. So we had to rewrite the feeble C-30 Clean Air Act, but as I mentioned, the Prime Minister, in his wisdom, killed that when he prorogued the House and refused to bring it back. We're going to continue, Mr. Speaker, by bringing in a new power production incentive to expand renewable power to 12,000 megawatts by 2015 instead of the 4,000 megawatts the Conservatives are planning. We want incentives for onshore wind, offshore wind, small hydro, geothermal, wave and tidal, solar and biomass energy. We want 10% of Canada's total electricity output from low-impact renewable sources by 2015. That's enough for 3 million homes. We're going to create a $1 billion advanced manufacturing prosperity fund to help position Canada as a leader in the manufacture of greener technologies and products. And we're going to remain committed to the Kyoto Protocol process and the UN negotiations that will set targets for the second commitment period post-2012, Mr. Speaker. The fact is, good environmental policy is very good for our economy, encouraging research and development, new technologies, and lots of jobs. So in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, it's no wonder that Matthew Bramley, the president of the Pembina Institute, has called our carbon budget, available on our website, the strongest proposal for regulating industrial greenhouse gas pollution made by any political party in Canada. With respect to the motion, the NDP may say that they care about climate change, but they are the reason we have a Conservative government today. They brought down the Liberal government right when the world came to Canada for the 2005 Montreal Climate Change Conference, despite all of the leader of the NDP's rhetoric. He is accountable to the Canadian people for that decision. He will ultimately be accountable for these kinds of partisan moves. As we move forward, Mr. Speaker, I look forward to working on behalf of Canadians to deal with the climate change crisis.
Questions and comments? The Honourable, the Parliamentary Secretary to the President, the Treasury Board.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Very interested to hear from a Member of Parliament stand in this House of Commons and brag about his party's 5 different plans to deal with climate change. And of those 5 different plans, he claims that all of them supported the Kyoto Accord. It's interesting that he himself has been a noted opponent of the Kyoto Accord, and I'll read from some of his own words. It's what he said, Mr. Speaker, in the Globe and Mail. If Canada does ratify Kyoto, the cost would be as much as $40 billion per year. That's in the Globe and Mail, January 29th, 2002, if any of the listeners to this debate would like to look it up. He then said, when people see the costs of Kyoto, they are going to scream. He said that in Canadian Speeches, January 1, 2003, Volume 16, Issue 6, if anyone wants to take a look at that. His brother, Mr. Speaker, also promised to close Ontario's coal fire plants by 2007. Of course, we all know that roughly 30% of Ontario's electrical generation comes to this day from coal fire, so that promise has not been kept, and those coal fire plants continue to emit greenhouse gases into our atmosphere. Now, Mr. Speaker, it's interesting that he's taken a different position now that he is the Liberal spokesman on the environment, but I could go through quote after quote after quote of evidence that he was a lifelong skeptic of the Kyoto Accord. As soon as it came into to the public lexicon around the environment, he said it was impossible to meet and that it would cost billions upon billions of unaffordable dollars to make it happen. Even in 2002, while his own party was in power, he said Canada has a huge job ahead to meet Kyoto, a job that his party didn't get done, according to his own deputy leader. Now, this is another quote here. We have the Liberal environment critic on the Liberal Party. The quote, "The Liberal Party was involved in a medium-sized car crash during the recent federal election." That was in the National Post. I mean, this is a man who has become the high priest of hypocrisy on the environment. He has said one thing for his entire professional life and performed a spectacular backflip since taking this position in order to take advantage of political opportunities. Mr. Speaker, I wonder if that member will indicate whether he was telling the truth then or if he's telling the truth now.
The honourable member for Ottawa South.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Those remarks are hardly worth stooping for. I'd like to go back to some of the evidence around the government's turning the corner plan. The Penman Institute is saying now that the government has little chance of meeting its target whatsoever. They say there are at least 8 loopholes and gaps that undermine the credibility of the government's target for 2020. The World Wildlife Fund and the Tyndall Institute have said that the government has set reduction targets which are well below what is achievable, and in some cases, cuts that have already been achieved in the oil sands by companies operating there. They're well below what the industry already plans to do. My, that's aspirational. The proposed plan means that the windfall profit for tar sands companies could be in the order of $30 to $700 million, according to the report. C.D. Howe Institute says the government is likely to miss its 2020 emissions target by almost 200 megatons. The National Energy Board says that under 2 of their 3 scenarios, greenhouse gas emissions will continue to rise. Mr. Speaker, it's all there in black and white. The government doesn't have a track record, and with respect to the member's personal comments, I leave that to the voters of Nepean Carleton to decide. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for his comments today. We heard the history, and I know he was here and listening to the New Democrat speeches that started this debate, that 17 months ago the government introduced this bill. It went to a special committee, which the New Democrats and the leader of the Democrats asked for. There was reluctance at first, but then we as parliamentarians gathered round the table, rewrote the legislation from top to bottom, brought ideas from all sides. All parties, I'll remind my colleague, moved amendments, including Conservatives, Bloc and Liberal, and that the NDP a number of months ago brought a motion in this House calling upon the government to bring this piece of legislation back, which that motion carried, which means that the majority of members in this place, including those in his caucus, voted to bring this piece of legislation back. We all put our best efforts forward, I believe, our best ideas, our best work to make this legislation work in order to take on the issue of climate change, which many of us talk about, and this was the action in which we could back up our talk. This was the thing Canadians were looking for. The specific question to my colleague is his opinion on this government's agenda in the absence of bringing C-30 back. What has this government put in its place? Have they put something better that he feels more comfortable with? Is there any sign of hope in this government's current agenda to deal with climate change in juxtaposition to what we were able to accomplish as parliamentarians together, and that was the Clean Air and Climate Change Act? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Ottawa South.
Mr. Speaker, I am in agreement with the critic from the NDP who deals with the environment. But I'm also in agreement with the Prime Minister, who, when, as Leader of the Opposition, was asked about abstaining on the Liberal government's 2005 budget vote. And here's what he said. And this speaks to my earlier comments at the beginning of my speech. Quote, "What's become apparent is that the Bloc Québécois and the NDP will grandstand on these things. But it is up to us," said the Prime Minister, "to decide whether the time has come to have an election. In our judgment," he said, "I think in Canadians' judgment," he went on, "it is not that time. The Leader of the official opposition will decide in due course when the time is right. And it's important, to be honest with Canadians, that part and parcel of the motion here put by the NDP is a partisan tactic. We are not prepared to have the Conservative government's 4-5 scandals swept off the table because we believe it's important, Mr. Speaker, for Canadians to get the true sense, the nature, the values, the approach, the tactics of the Prime Minister, whether it's the Brody affair, the Minister of the Environment's meddling in municipal affairs, all kinds of others. We really want now Canadians to get a sense, the in-and-out scandal, we want them to get a sense of exactly what kind of government we're dealing with.
The honourable member for Peterborough.
Well, I'm happy, Mr. Speaker, for Canadians to get a little more sense of exactly what type of government they've got, because it's a government that's creating a better economy. It's a government that's created over 800,000 net jobs, year-over-year net income increases per household of 4.5%. We're moving on creating new justice reforms that are creating safe streets and communities, and we're moving on the environment, Mr. Speaker. This budget alone set aside over $500 million for new green technologies like carbon sequestration, like for the auto industry, our new auto strategy that's going to create greener, cleaner cars, Mr. Speaker. But what I'd like to know, he held up a Liberal Party plan a few moments ago and said, here's our plan for the environment. Let's talk about what that would cost. It'd cause gasoline to go up to more than $1.60 a litre by 2008. 275,000 Canadians, principally in manufacturing, would lose their job. Unemployment rate would rise by 25% by 2009. Is this member standing in this House and saying that they are going to fight the next election on, vote for me, and I will cause a recession? I don't think it's going to work.
The honourable member for Ottawa South should know there's less than a minute left.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. It's interesting. It's very revealing, going to character and value of government. The numbers cited here by this member are the numbers that were cited by the Minister of the Environment at the Senate committee when he mounted an attack on the Kyoto Protocol Implementation Act for Canada. Since then, we've asked, I'll ask again of the member and the government, to table one shred of analysis. Of course, there's none. What we found out was they were just making it up. And when you don't have evidence, you bamboozle, you raise your voice, but you don't actually answer with evidence. So the challenge here, Mr. Speaker, is for Canadians who know now they have to cut through the noise and they understand that there is no climate change.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to take part in this opposition day debate on a motion by the New Democratic Party. And from the outset, I'd like to reread the motion which states that the House regret this government's failure to live up to Canada's international climate change agreements and its refusal to bring forward for debate and vote the Clean Air and Climate Change Act, the climate change plan called for by a majority vote of the House, and that therefore the House no longer has confidence in this government. And I can tell you that the Bloc Québécois will be voting in favor of this confidence motion because the Conservatives essentially have clearly gone back on the word that was given by Canada with respect to Kyoto. And across the planet, I would imagine that the governments that have already signed Kyoto must be wondering what is wrong with the Conservatives and why they are doing this to Canada and why they are going back on the signature and tarnishing Canada's reputation and Quebec's reputation on the international scene. And they are ignoring the will of Quebecers who want Ottawa to respect the Kyoto Protocol. But what is even more serious, Mr. Speaker, is that instead of emphasizing the efforts made by the federal government in combating greenhouse gas emissions, the Conservatives, since they have taken office, and they should realize this, it's been more than 2 years now since they were elected, so to constantly blame the previous government, which, yes, did not meet its commitments, is no longer applicable because it's their turn now to deal with this, and they've had 2 years to work on a plan to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. They haven't done that yet, and what is even worse is that they delayed the drafting of a credible plan because they didn't bring back the Clean Air and Climate Change Act for a final debate. So they are dragging their feet when it comes to setting up a credible plan. And what is even worse, the Conservatives cut the few environmental programs put in place by the previous government. And these programs were relatively timid in nature, but were still a step in the right direction. And they realized their mistake and they introduced a watered-down version. But this way that the Conservatives have of operating, which consists of cutting a program and then realizing their mistake and bringing it back in a rather watered-down version. We have seen this in the budget and in programs relating to the sale of hybrid vehicles, vehicles that are more compatible with our aims to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. They had barely had the program in place, and we know that consumers were extremely frustrated in trying to access this program. All members here in the House have no doubt received letters and representations to the effect that the program took a great deal of time in being made available. There were announcements made, but there was no money brought forward. Nothing was done to help consumers who bought these hybrid vehicles to receive the money that had been promised by the Conservatives. So it wasn't terribly effective. And in the budget 2 weeks ago, we were told that the program will be cut at the end of the year. And I'm sure that Quebecers and Conservatives must be wondering what is wrong with Canadians and Quebecers must be wondering what is wrong with the Conservatives when they see programs being instituted and new programs replacing them. And probably the new program will change as well, because we need this type of incentive. And the fact that the Conservative government put an end to the program is more closely related to the fact that North American vehicle manufacturers are having a hard time competing with Japanese car makers. And I'm sure this is the case for hybrid cars. So the benefits were going mostly to the Japanese vehicle dealers, and I see that most of the hybrid vehicles used by the government, and I congratulate them for this, are Toyotas. So they no doubt were responding to complaints made by North American vehicle manufacturers, and instead of encouraging them to adopt the proper behavior for vehicle manufacture in North America and adapt to the new needs of consumers who are becoming more and more aware of greenhouse gas emissions caused by individual personal vehicles. We all know that we should advocate mass transit, but at least when a person buys a car, it should be a green car. The government recognizes that these are relatively expensive, and therefore any help that the government can give would be a good idea. So they cut these programs, and then to add insult to injury, the Conservatives brought in a green plan which was tailor-made to meet the expectations of Western oil producers and really had nothing to do with the Kyoto objectives. So they ignored the clear will of Quebecers and Canadians who, poll after poll, responded that 75% of them were in favor of the Kyoto objectives and the commitments that had been made by the government. So if only for that reason, I believe that the motion should pass, and this government should see the confidence of the House withdrawn. And there are ideological decisions, but decisions that do meet the needs of certain industrial sectors, for example, the oil industry.
The Conservatives showed that they were going to dismiss the Kyoto Protocol, although on one side of the House they would say one thing, but we heard really from the other side of the mouth that Kyoto objectives were not anywhere on the radar screen of the government. And looking at the action taken by the government, we can see that not much has been done. The Conservatives in their election platform didn't even make mention of the word Kyoto. So I think this was a good indication to Canadians and Quebecers that with this government, and many of us are not surprised, that this government preferred to look at the profits, to cater to the profits of the oil companies rather than take into account the environmental needs of Quebec. But this is true for other regions of Canada as well. For example, Ontario, which is now going through a very significant manufacturing crisis. On October 19th, 2006, but after pushing back the tabling of its plan, the Conservative government finally came out with C-30. This bill was called the Clean Air Act. It was supposed to deal with smog, but it did nothing to help greenhouse gases or to help us meet the objectives of Kyoto. At the same, the government in tabling C-30 mentioned that they were going to be holding 3 phases of consultations in order to decide, along with the provinces, some type of forum on the environment. They said that regulations would not be able to come into effect before 2010. I will remind you that, Mr. Speaker, that the primary objectives of Kyoto, well, they were supposed to come into effect in 2012. But if you look at how the government unveiled its calendar with respect to the Clean Air Act, you can see it had no intention of going ahead with the Kyoto Protocol. When asked about the feasibility about reducing greenhouse gases to the 2003 levels, well, they said by 2050. That's when they said that they'd be able to do something about greenhouse gases. So you can see just how serious the government really is about dealing with greenhouse gases, and that augurs very poorly for Canadians' negotiations. So realizing that the bill was unacceptable with respect to fossil fuels and emitters, and that the bill had absolutely no chance of being adopted in its first draft, the government sent C-30 to a special legislative committee so that it could be amended. But the government refused to include the Kyoto objectives So by doing this, it was reneging on its international obligations and going it alone. So once again, the international community was condoned the Conservatives' approach, and we here in the opposition parties wanted to condone the Conservatives for basing themselves on this ideological argument. And on behalf of the population of Canada and Quebec, and let's remember, most people, and this holds true for Canada and Quebec, most Canadians and Quebecers voted for a party other than the Conservative Party. So this obstinacy, which is so questionable, and we see underlying this not only this anti-democratic reflex and the will to not respect our Kyoto objectives, but we see that their approach is totally against what Canadians want. We wanted to amend C30 to include the Kyoto Protocol objectives. It's very important to point out, Mr. Speaker, we need to take a territorial approach, as was done by Europe in 2005, so that we can create an exchange, a carbon exchange, and compensate those companies that since the 1990s, who have taken strides to deal with pollution and make those that have continued to pollute. Well, we want those people to be penalized. These companies need to take a greater effort, and I think all members in this House understand full well. There was a financing campaign. The first few dollars are always the easiest dollars to win, but when you get further down the line, it's harder. In Quebec, our industries were able to reduce their greenhouse gases by about 20%. They almost hit the objectives, and they were asked, and now we're asking them to make even more efforts when some industries, including the oil industry, have done absolutely nothing. Not only have they have further increased greenhouse gas emissions. This is totally unacceptable. It's totally unfair to Quebec as well, particularly when you think of those sectors who have been making strides since the 1990s, including the manufacturing sector. So the government, in its obstinacy to push further ahead with the bill, they waged an election campaign demonstrating that Kyoto was the apocalypse for our economy. It's only the American Republicans that view it this way. President Bush said that federal institutions shouldn't buy oil that came from procedures that had more than an international average of greenhouse gases, and that our oil sands are very polluting. Yes, that's only a fraction of the American market, but even the American Republicans are more progressive than this government and this Prime Minister. So as I said earlier, we were told that it would be the apocalypse, the end of the world with respect to Kyoto. On April 26, 2007, we saw an action plan for greenhouse gases. Under this plan, which was based on intensity reductions, the companies had to reduce their emissions to 2006 levels. So two problems. The date of 2006, well, it's not the date that was prescribed by Kyoto. And such a date wouldn't 2008 to 2006, everything that was done by Quebec would not be taken into account. And secondly, when we talk about intensity, emissions intensity, we're talking about reductions per ton. So, but if you're putting more tons in the air and you're reducing just a fraction of that, well, that's doing nothing to absolutely reduce greenhouse emissions. Even though Conservatives like to say that emissions will be reduced between 2006 and 2012, we must say in all honesty, the plan doesn't hold water, like other files that we've dealt with over the past few weeks with respect to the Cadman affair. Today we talked about the leak with respect to NAFTA, or the Sudas affair. The reputation of the government is very tarnished, and it's very clear with this plan that greenhouse gases will continue climbing in Canada and will not be reduced. And according to the most optimistic forecast of the Conservatives, even if this would enable Canada to reach the level required by Kyoto in 2024, 12 years after the deadline. And that's the most optimistic outlook. In all likelihood, it will take decades before we reach this objective. So I will conclude on this note, Mr. Speaker. The Clean Air Act does meet the Kyoto objectives, does meet the needs of the Quebec economy. It meets the environmental needs of Quebec and Canada. And this act contain absolute greenhouse gas reductions in compliance with Kyoto. From 2008 to 2012, there would be a 6% reduction with respect to greenhouse gases. And there would be absolute targets, but this time this would be for post-Kyoto, and there would be a carbon tax as well. And this is very important because it would enable us to set up a carbon exchange that would help us deal with the situation. We would also have an independent agency that would be responsible for monitoring greenhouse gases. So this agency the exchange would enable us to set up credits that could be sold amongst various companies. The territorial approach would be recognized as well. This bill, therefore, met with the democratic desires of Quebecers. It met the needs of the people. It met the commitments that we made internationally. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, we have no problem with the motion tabled by the NDP. If I may, could I have another 2 minutes? I have a few more documents that I would like to share with my colleagues, particularly with the Conservative members. Galbraith, a Canadian economist who advised Kennedy, said that Democrats only read what Democrats write, but the Republicans don't read at all. Perhaps the parties here read what the other opposition parties write, but it is obvious that the Conservatives don't read anything. It seems to me the Conservative members, maybe they're not even able to read. So I would remind them that yesterday the Environment Commissioner tabled a very incriminating report against the Conservative government. It was tabled yesterday. It had 14 chapters. Out of these 14 chapters, well, all of the progress was quite mitigated, but 9 out of the 14 chapters showed that the action of the government was totally unsatisfactory, and particularly the area of contaminated sites. In Quebec, we have Shannon, the Shannon site, which was contaminated by the Canadian forces. The Bloc Québécois has been asking that this site be decontaminated or cleaned up for years now. The commissioner looked into this matter, and perhaps at another time during questions I can quote from part of this report. But to conclude, I would say that Quebecers and Canadians condone the Conservatives. Questions and comments?
Caribou Prince George. I hope this will be a short question because I will have to interrupt at 1:15.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened with interest to the member from Joliet as he gave his presentation, and all the time I'm thinking about the hypocrisy of what he's saying. He's criticizing this government, saying that our plan is not this and it doesn't meet their expectations, and yet, Mr. Speaker, when this government put forward a program of $116 million for the Public Transit Trust to help vehicles in Quebec clean up the pollution and the emissions coming from those vehicles, that party voted against it. When this government, when the Bloc continuously called to the previous Liberal government for $300 million for an eco-trust and they were refused, we gave $350 million for the eco-trust to help Quebec clean up their environment, meet some of their goals. That party voted against it. Mr. Speaker, that party and the NDP party are brothers and sisters in hypocrisy. They say one thing but do another. They don't know good environmental programs when they see it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Joliet. A brief answer, Mr. Speaker. I can only say that hypocrisy, well, that's the Conservative government. They're the best example of this because for months now, we've been told that the Kyoto Protocol will be respected, but this government had no intention of doing so. They weren't honest during the elections. They weren't honest to Quebecers and Canadians. They did not say that they were not going to respect the Kyoto Plan. And they're trying to make Canadians and Quebecers believe that their plan is going to reduce greenhouse gases. It's false. And finally, they're trying to say that this whole fight against global warming is bad for the economy, but it's just the opposite. There are wonderful opportunities that can come out of this, but the only thing that this government wants to do, they simply want to go ahead with economic development based on oil. Alberta, the rest, they couldn't care less about it. As it is 1:15, it is my duty to interrupt the proceedings and to put to a vote immediately all questions requiring for the expedition of the business of supply.
I'd like to remind the Honourable Minister of Transport that the Speaker is standing. Is the Minister of Transport volunteering to read this? Mr. Layton, seconded by Mr. Cullen, Skeena Bulkley Valley, moved that the House regret this government's failure to live up to Canada's international climate change agreements and its refusal to bring forward for debate and vote the Clean Air and Climate Change Act, the climate change plan called for by a majority vote of the House, and that therefore the House no longer has confidence in this government. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Que tous ceux qui appuient
All those in favor of the motion will please say yay.
All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. Conformément à l'article 40.
Pursuant to Standing Order 45, the division stands deferred until Monday, March 10th, 2008, at the ordinary hour of daily adjournment.
The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton is rising in a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, I was wondering if we could ask for unanimous consent to see the clock at 1:30.
There's no consent, so we will suspend until 1:30. House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. Orders of the day.
Members' business, motion M409, standing in the name of Mrs. Davidson, non-corrective cosmetic contact lenses.
Mrs. Davidson, seconded by Mr. Norlock, moves that in the opinion of the House, the Minister of Health should regulate non-corrective cosmetic contact lenses as medical devices under the Hazardous Product Act and the Food and Drugs Act. Debate. The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lanton.
Mr. Speaker, it's my duty to rise today and bring attention to a most serious matter, one that has been taken lightly for too long. Hopefully, in my address today, I will be able to successfully enlighten you as to the severity of this matter. Hopefully, we can begin to have a fruitful debate on an issue that stems in part from a crucial lack of regulation due to a classification oversight. Today, I will show you how this very same lack of regulation is putting Canadians in communities from coast to coast to coast in a greatly elevated atmosphere of risk. I'm speaking, of course, of the issue of non-corrective cosmetic contact lenses regulation in Canada. Today, I have the privilege of being able to present to my fellow parliamentarians what we could consider the initial phase in opening up a larger debate on the various benefits of regulating non-corrective cosmetic contact lenses. In the next few minutes, I ask for you to listen to the severity of this issue, because the first time I spoke with members of the Canadian Association of Optometrists, I was sincerely surprised at the underlying health issues associated with using these contact lenses. What is truly needed to alter the existing status quo towards non-corrective lenses is change within the essential classification policy. In the past, prevailing conventional wisdom was that the colored contact lenses that perhaps some of our own high school-aged children have actually worn was not a Class II medical device. This is in direct contradiction with the fact that while non-corrective cosmetic contact lenses pose no refractive merit, they still possess the identical health risks as corrective lenses, and in fact are more dangerous than regular corrective lenses. This belief is shared by eye care professionals across the industry. Countless individuals across all age barriers are consumers of these unregulated contact lenses, and countless individuals are increasing non-repairable damage to their eyes without even knowing it. Motion 409 states quite explicitly that in the opinion of the House, the Minister of Health should regulate non-corrective cosmetic contact lenses as medical devices under the Hazardous Products Act or the Food and Drugs Act. This brings about the necessity of amending either the Hazardous Products Act or Food and Drugs Act in order to bring non-corrective cosmetic contact lenses under the same regulation as corrective lenses. As such, we can successfully alleviate the risks associated with the use of non-corrective cosmetic contact lenses. We can ensure that consumers of such a product are receiving professional supervision when it comes to matters of their vision. Thus, regulation is needed to ensure that non-corrective contact cosmetic lenses are properly fitted to the individual eye. There's a simple reason why non-corrective lenses are more strenuous than corrective lenses to the human eye. To those of you who have never handled a contact lens before, they are incredibly light in weight. Thus, a contact lens maintains its light weight and possesses a strong refractive capacity by being composed mostly of water. It is the nature of the refractive capacity that allows the contact lens to serve as a corrective lens. Because it alters a bodily function, in this case it allows the human eye to focus better and increase our overall field of vision, it is recognized as a Type 2 medical device. Corrective contact lenses are quite comfortable. They breathe, although most opticians still advise that there is an associated risk of wearing even a corrective contact lens.
Recently, my executive assistant, on a visit to his optician here in Ottawa, was surprised to learn of non-repairable damage done to his cornea. He'd been wearing a corrective lens with a cosmetic tinting to alter his eye color, albeit slightly. It was the thin layer of ink within the contact lens that suppressed his cornea's natural ability to breathe. And over time, his cornea became scratched, also known as a torn cornea. As such, and at the request of his optician, my assistant switched to a corrective lens without the cosmetic tinting. This allows his eyes to breathe much easier during the course of a day, although his optician has advised him that he should ultimately consider ceasing to wear lenses on a daily basis permanently. Accordingly, the risks associated with wearing a lens over the cornea are greatly increased with the usage of colored contact. Thus, the damage to my assistant's eye could have potentially been far greater had he been wearing a non-corrective cosmetic lens. Yet despite this increased risk, there are zero regulations for non-corrective contact lenses. Wearers of these lenses almost always wear the lenses to alter their eye color to a more desirable tone. This requires a thin layer of ink injected into the watery contact lens. This pocket of ink blocks the natural path of oxygen one would find in a corrective non-colored lens. Moreover, the Contact Lens Association of Ophthalmologists reported in 2003 that a contact lens, colored or not, is a plastic foreign body that rests for hours, days, or weeks on the most delicate and most important image-forming structure in the eye, the corneal epithelium. Contact lenses are composed of tiny polymers that are cooked together by the miracle of modern chemistry into long, intertwined strands that form a curved plastic sheet. These units effectively create a barrier that prevents normal amounts of oxygen from reaching the eye. As stated already, this process is much worse in colored contact lenses, of which the majority of cosmetic lenses are. The lack of oxygen to the cornea is extremely damaging. When one sleeps with these colored lenses still placed over the cornea, oxygen starvation increases further potential for damage. During meetings with opticians, I have personally heard of stories whereby students in university, completely unaware of any risk, would wear disposable lenses that are to be thrown out after a month for longer than 6 months on occasion. Again, the risk increases when we are discussing these terms in regards to non-corrective cosmetic contact lenses. There are quite literally thousands of people across Canada right now doing damage to their eyes, and they do not even know it. What is worse is that they won't know because they will never be made to see an optometrist in order to obtain non-corrective cosmetic contact lenses, as they would be forced to under existing regulation for corrective contact lenses. However, there is light at the end of the tunnel. Thanks to proactive studies into the damaging effects of non-corrective cosmetic contact lenses, we are now seeing research that indicates the strong risk of wearing these lenses. The industry has collectively united in organizations such as the Canadian Ophthalmological Society, the Canadian Association of Optometrists, and the Optician Association of Canada have lobbied to see what type of regulatory controls can be applied to non-corrective cosmetic contact lenses. Thus, for nearly 5 years, the Canadian Association of Optometrists, also known as the CAO, the Canadian Ophthalmological Society, the COS, and the Optician Association of Canada have actively lobbied Health Canada to regulate non-corrective lenses under the auspices of the Food and Drugs Act regulations. As a result of the lobbying efforts by the CAO, COS, and the Optician Association of Canada, Health Canada commissioned a third-party risk assessment of cosmetic contact lenses. This study determined that the risks associated with non-corrective cosmetic contact lenses were indeed sufficient enough to justify regulation by Health Canada. However, to this day, there has been a succinct lack of progress made on this health issue. This is despite numerous reports on the dangers of lack of regulation on the issue. Motion 409 will open up the regulatory book and allow Health Canada to ensure that manufacturers of these contact lenses will be forced to assume a certain degree of stewardship responsibility for distribution and sales of these non-corrective cosmetic contact lenses. Without this regulation, Studies such as the 2003 review of ocular complications associated with the use of cosmetic contact lenses from unlicensed vendors, taken from Eye and Contact Lens, Volume 29, Issue 4, will be for naught. This study used retrospective, observational, and clinical settings to determine that colored contact lenses being dispensed without a prescription or proper fitting procedures being utilized posed a sincere health risk. As such, the study was successful in calling attention to the unauthorized sale of cosmetic contact lenses. Since the initial appearance of health issues related to non-corrective cosmetic contact lenses appearing on the radar of health and eye care professionals, there has been an influx of Canadian reviews by organizations such as CAO, COS, and the Optician Association of Canada that show uninformed lens wearers are increasingly experiencing acute vision-threatening infections and inflammations, in addition to ciliary flush in one or both eyes. This is in addition to the more common conjunctivitis. Other common issues that appear in association with contact lens use include corneal abrasions, giant papillary conjunctivitis, corneal ulcers, microbial keratitis. In all of my meetings with eye care professionals, I have noticed a common theme amongst the repeated calls to action on this issue. There are three main areas of concern recognized by eye care professionals. Firstly, it has been deemed essential that regarding a regulatory framework for non-corrective cosmetic contact lenses, that there should be consistent legislative and regulatory framework for the federal regulation of contact lenses. In addition to the call for consistent legislative and regulatory framework of this issue, it was also deemed critical that there be a transparent, evidence, and science-based process when changes are being considered to regulations that affect the eye care profession. Moreover, it should be an inclusive process that takes into account the expertise of eye care professions who have been calling attention to this serious issue for quite some time now. Furthermore, supporters of M409 within the eye care profession are quite prepared to support any changes to existing parameters regarding the existing framework and are willing to assist where necessary. Mr. Speaker, there is a reason why I'm passionate about this motion, and it has to do with our responsibility in this House to ensure the safety of Canadians, especially in regards to their own personal health. Furthermore, the support of the various members of the CAO and COS are a testament to the commitment of qualified eye care professionals to ensure that this motion is properly supported. It is also important to note that Health Canada is fully aware of the repercussions of this motion and, as such, is supportive in their views that non-corrective lenses must come under the same regulation as corrective lenses. Only with the support of this House is this possible. Fellow parliamentarians, today I call on you to support Motion 409. Hear, hear. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate.
London North Centre. Does the honourable member for Northumberland County West has a question?
Yes, I did.
He has the floor to ask a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was asked the honourable member. I thank her very much for bringing this motion to our attention. I think, like many Canadians, was completely unaware that these coloured contact lenses were not regulated. And even more so, Mr. Speaker, shocked to hear of some of the results of wearing these devices, especially amongst our most precious resources, our young Canadians, our children, and our grandchildren. And I would like to ask the honourable member. She mentioned this first came to her attention when her executive assistant went to the optometrist. I wanted to ask the honourable member what other diseases and damages these corrective lenses, what other damages can they do to the eye, and are they repairable as far as her investigation into the matter is?
The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for the question. Certainly, I think that the unawareness amongst the general population is the largest issue that we're dealing with here. People are not aware that there is no regulation. In other countries, there is a regulation. In Canada, there isn't. So as well as the things that I've talked about with the flow of oxygen, and this can cause swelling and ulceration of the cornea, that can lead to infection. You can have accumulation of debris such as dirt or dust if the lens is not properly fitted. And of course, if there's no regulation, there is nobody to teach that proper fitting and to do that proper fitting. That accumulation can certainly damage the cornea and cause infection as well. You can also have chemical or allergic reactions to the contact lens. And that is something that I think we're seeing much more often in our society today, are allergic reactions to different substances. These lenses also, if people are not taught the proper way to handle them, can be contaminated with microorganisms. And here again, we're looking at serious irritation or infection. So there certainly are a lot of different issues that can affect the people. Some of these conditions can be corrected. Some of them are not able to be corrected. So there can be very, very serious damage done. Some of the lenses can cause temporary changes in the shape of the cornea, and that can affect people's vision, their perceptions, and night driving can become a problem for some issues. So certainly this is, it's wide-reaching, and anybody who's got vision like I do certainly knows that it's something we need to protect. And I feel very strongly about this and certainly hope we get support in the House. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Northumberland, Quinte West.
Yes, I just had one small follow-up question, Mr. Speaker, because this is a serious issue, and I suppose when you're caught by surprise and something is as serious as your eyesight, there is no other sense that would be the last sense in our perception that we'd ever want to lose. So, being that our eyesight is one of the most precious senses we have, I wonder if the honourable member could speak to again the relationship between her motion and Canada's and Health Canada's ability to be able to regulate it, and the results of her investigation in that aspect of her motion.
The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton has 45 seconds to formulate her reply.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, I thank my honourable colleague for his question. Certainly, I've made my motion, I believe, as broad an aspect as I can to give Health Canada the best chance to address this in the best way possible. I have asked that there be amendments done to the Food and Drug Act or to the Hazardous Product Act. And that will leave it open for Health Canada to see which is the best way that they can go forward with this. And that way the non-corrective lenses can be regulated as a device. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for London North Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to rise in the House here to support the initiative from the member of Sarnia-Lambton. We sit on the same committee together, and she always brings out some pretty good arguments in her favour, and I'm glad to support it. Currently, decorative contact lenses are unregulated and considered a cosmetic. Thus, consumers can purchase these lenses on the Internet or even in retail stores. Studies have proven that contact lenses that are improperly manufactured or used without appropriate medical supervision can cause serious eye infections and even a loss of vision. The gift of sight is not something that we can take for granted, Mr. Speaker. Furthermore, I believe this legislation is put forward as preventative medicine. Given the burdens on our current healthcare system, every prevention is key in the fight of many diseases, including that and those which affect our eyes. In January of 2005, American legislators raised a concern about eye problems that consumers have experienced due to poor labeling and packaging of non-corrective cosmetic lenses sold right over the counter. The legislation they put forward is similar to this put forward by the member of Sarnia-Lambton and is sought to reclassify non-corrective color contact lenses as medical devices and allows the FDA to regulate the sale of these contact lenses. The American legislation passed in July of 2005 and signed into law in November of that year. The American Optometric Association has applauded the introduction of federal legislation. Mr. Speakers, eye care professionals here in Canada also agree that this is something whose time has come. They agree that there must be legislation for the federal regulation of contact lenses. In their opinion, both corrective and non-corrective contact lenses should be considered medical devices and should be regulated accordingly. The physical and other characteristics of those lenses are identical to corrective power lenses. The only difference is refractive power. More importantly, the very real health consideration associated with improper fit and the wearing of these lenses applies equally to both cosmetic and zero-power lenses. Mr. Speaker, if the people in the United States and the legislators in the United States can see the importance of this and they reached consent on it in 2005, I think it's time for all of us here in Canada to realize the dangers that people come under with these things being sold over the counter or over the Internet. I want to commend the member from London, for Sarnia-Lambton, for putting this forward, and we in our party will be supporting her initiative, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise du débat.
Debate. The Honourable Member for Verchères-les-Patriotes. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise following the motion tabled by my colleague from Sarnia-Lambton, and I recognize in her the member of the Standing Committee on Health. It's the role of every member on that committee, on which I have the privilege to sit as well, to raise awareness and raise this kind of problem where products are sold without adequate analysis and study. And I thank her for having done this. What she's proposing here today is to ensure that Health Canada can conduct greater studies of the use of these cosmetic contact lenses. The problem is the fact that these cosmetic lenses are perceived as a cosmetic rather than a medical device. So, according to ophthalmologists and optometrists associations, the potential side effects of these lenses, whether they're corrective or cosmetic, are the same because they both come into contact with the eye surface, and that's why these associations have been asking since 2000 that all contact lenses be considered medical devices that require more than cosmetic care. Since customers can buy these lenses without the advice of professionals, eye care professionals say that eye health is endangered by these things. Right now, the users of these cosmetic lenses that are not prescribed by an eye care professional run a greater risk than other contact lens users who've consulted such a professional. I'd also like to remind the House that in Quebec, various legislation forces customers to obtain prescriptions for corrective lenses, contact lenses, or glasses, but there are no such rules about these cosmetic lenses. So what the member for Sarnia-Lambton has brought forward is that these cosmetic contact lenses should meet the Food and Drugs Act standards, especially with regard to cosmetics. If there is any danger for the consumer, Health Canada should act either by issuing a warning or by demanding that the product be withdrawn from market. With regard to cosmetic contact lenses, following the Health Canada warning, many pharmacies, as you probably know and have seen, decided to withdraw these cosmetic lenses from their shelves. Now, having said that, Health Canada has analyzed the possibility of considering these things medical devices, as is the case for corrective lenses. The officials concluded that under the current legislation, cosmetic lenses should be considered cosmetics, but the motion of my colleague raises many questions about the objectives of this motion. The desire of healthcare professionals is to regulate the product in order to explain the basic hygiene requirements and the dangers of the use of cosmetic or corrective contact lenses. Is the product dangerous because of poor quality or lack of knowledge about the use? Information and data provided by the member for Sarnia-Lambton seem to deal with the necessity to prescribe any contact lens in order to reduce poor use. The complexity of this is the lack of data about the use of cosmetic contact lenses and the health problems that they have caused. But it is quite clear, given the information received from healthcare associations and eye care professionals, Health Canada, or information gathered by my colleague, that misused contact lenses can be a threat to health, especially among adolescents. As has been shown, teenagers tend to share these lenses and thus increase the risk of developing eye infections. This situation shows that the product is dangerous in and of itself, or that poor use has brought about danger for the young. In order to better govern the use of such lenses, it would be necessary for the sale of such products be accompanied by advice from a healthcare professional about the hygiene involved, but this is not the case under federal law or regulations, because the role of the eye care professional, as I explained previously, is governed by the provincial orders. So that's why the Bloc should point out that eye health is extremely important. It's important, therefore, to determine the objectives of this legislation and the rules about medical devices. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Debate, the honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to stand up on behalf of all of my colleagues in the New Democratic Party and offer our unequivocal support for this motion and to give congratulations to the member for Sarnia-Lambton. This is a very important initiative on the part of this member, and it ought to be supported by everyone in this House. And in fact, I do believe, Mr. Speaker, you will find at the end of this debate undoubtedly unanimous support for this motion, because it makes sense, Mr. Speaker. It makes sense because it protects Canadians. It ensures that this medical device, these lenses that may only be used for cosmetic purposes but are put in our body and create problems, have to be regulated. It's as simple as that. It's ensuring that a product that is put on the market that could harm the health and well-being of Canadians is regulated, and that there's some onus of responsibility on the part of these corporations that are flooding our markets with devices that have only cosmetic value but could cause harm to our citizens, have to be held to account. We can say the same about, we were recently talking about these new products in the area of tobacco, cigarillos, designed to entice kids to start smoking. Not regulated because they're a tobacco product, not a cigar product, not a cigarette product. So, Mr. Speaker, it goes without saying that this is an area that must be looked at. In fact, when you look at some of the medical fallout from these unsupervised decorative lenses, you will know what we're speaking of: corneal ulcers, conjunctivitis, corneal edema, allergic reactions, corneal abrasion, reduction visual acuity, contrast sensitivity. Back in 2002, the Food and Drug Administration warned consumers about these cosmetic lenses and actually said there was serious risk of permanent eye injury, potentially leading to blindness, presented by non-corrective decorative contact lenses distributed without a prescription and without proper fitting by an eye care professional. And that was back, that's 6 years ago. And then in 2005, the United States finally did amend the Federal Food and Drug and Cosmetic Act to establish that all contact lenses, regardless of whether they're cosmetic or not, would be covered under the protections of that act. So now, in the United States, all contact lenses must be approved and issued under a guidance of a qualified prescriber. So we're saying the same should happen in Canada. Health Canada still distinguishes between corrective and non-corrective lenses, even though the health implications for their use are virtually identical. So, Mr. Speaker, we obviously support this, and I want to congratulate the member for Sarnia-Lambton and also the Manitoba Association of Optometrists who contacted me about the importance of this issue. And, of course, all the associations of ophthalmologists, optometrists, and optimists. Did I get that right? Ophthalmologists, optometrists, and opticians throughout this country who have spoken out on this issue long and hard. So I congratulate the member for her vision and foresight on this issue. I wish her well. I think she's proposing to have this addressed under the Food and Drug Act or under the Hazardous Products Act, which I support either venue. And I want her to know that I wish her luck on this initiative. If and when we pass this as a motion, I wish her luck in convincing her colleagues in the government to actually act on this motion, because at the time that we're dealing with such an issue, her own government is busy trying to move away from the precautionary principle, the do no harm principle, and to lead us down a path of progressive licensing on all kinds of products, which means that we lessen our vigilance on the front end and we pretend that we're going to take some actions after these products are on the market. Well, as you know, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to something like contact lenses, the harm is done. The damage is done. You can't correct it. You can't go back. So we've got to act in the first instance and make sure that products that are put on the market do no harm to Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Northumberland, Quinte West.
Well, Mr. Speaker, previously I asked my honourable friend from Sarnia-Lambton a few questions, and I think everyone here today is pleased to know that she's been on this issue and has stirred up I think enough interest that we're going to do something about it, and I know we are. But one of the things I was shocked at is the products have been available on the Canadian market for some years now and have never been the subject of a regulatory framework. And as I said, I'm glad the proposed motion is intended to address particular safety concerns relating to the importation and sale of these non-corrective lenses. You know, Mr. Speaker, we sometimes think we're saving a few dollars when we go to direct consumer sale of items such as this, but we fail to realize that these types of products eliminate the interaction between the consumer and the healthcare professional regarding their proper use and care. And that includes, in these instances, cleaning, disinfecting, and storing the lenses between use. So it's obviously good now that we're going to subject these non-corrective cosmetic lenses, hopefully, to the requirements of the medical devices regulations. And these will require manufacturers of these products to meet pre-market safety, and it's important to say pre-market safety, effectiveness, and quality requirements. And that manufacturers would be responsible for various post-market activities, including record keeping, complaint handling, mandatory problem reporting, and recalls. As part of these requirements, the manufacturers would also need to provide adequate instructions for the use so that consumers could use the product correctly. Product labeling would also include necessary warnings, precautions, and contradictions to educate and inform consumers regarding potential risks and benefits of non-corrective lenses. We're advised, Mr. Speaker, that the Minister supports the policies contained in Motion M409 and agrees that the potential risk of non-corrective contact lenses be managed by the provisions of the Medical Devices Regulations following an amendment to the Food and Drugs Act. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat.
Resuming debate.
The Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's with pleasure that I rise in the House today to speak in support of Motion 409, a proposal to regulate non-corrective cosmetic or decorative contact lenses as medical devices under the Hazardous Product Act or the Food and Drug Act. Over the past several years, there have been associations such as the Canadian Association of Optometrists that have met with the Medical Device Bureau, Health Products and Food Branch Directorate, and also the Product Safety Bureau, Cosmetic Division, Healthy Environment, and Consumer Safety Branch. Santé Canada.
Health Canada has examined the legislative powers that are conferred by the Food and Drugs Act and the Hazardous Products Act.
In 2000, it was concluded that non-corrective contact lenses do not clearly fall into the category of cosmetic product, medical device, or hazardous product, and more scientific evidence was needed. Therefore, I think that brings us to this motion. I think, as I won't repeat what has already been said, I will just say that I commend the member for bringing forward this motion. I think the fact that it receives unanimous consent is an indication of the member's foresight and an example in how this Parliament can work. Bonne fin de semaine.
Have a good weekend.
Resuming debate. Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate.
Since no one is rising, I'm going to offer to the sponsor of this motion her right of reply. The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be very brief. I would just like to take this opportunity to thank my colleagues in the House for speaking on this issue today and for the support that they've shown thus far. Again, thank everyone very much, and I certainly hope that M409 is successful today. Thank you.
La question est la suivante.
The question is as follows. Ms. Davidson, followed by Mr. Norlock, moves that in the opinion of the House, the Minister of Health should regulate non-corrective cosmetic contact lenses as medical devices under the Hazardous Product Act or the Food and Drugs Act.
House to adopt the motion. I didn't hear any dissent. Is there any dissent? No. Approuvé avec décision.
Carried on division.
Je déclare la motion.
I declare the motion carried on division.
It being 2808, this House stands adjourned until next Monday at 11 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.